Good morning everybody. We're about to start. Kindly put your cell phones on silence, please. Thank you.
Good morning, Mr. Shaskelson.
Morning, Chair.
Good morning, Deputy Chief.
Good morning, Commissioner.
Yes, Mr. Shaskelson. And which files should we have close by?
I think still 3 and 4.
Thank you.
General Dlamini, we sent you, we provided this morning copies of cell phone records for you. I suspect you haven't had much time to look at them, so I don't want to touch on them now, but I just want to let you know that we will come back to those cell phone records and the TMPD1 tender maybe after the tea break or after the lunch break, so that you can look at those cell phone records and consider them before I take you to them. For now, I want to go to the tender that you say was the Mpumalanga tender. And to take you to page 449 of file 4. Or in fact 448, I've got the page wrong. Do you have it?
Yes, I see.
And you'll see that at chat 6, Sergeant Nkosi sends you a message saying Ngapeshea is grade B and has nothing in the documents, followed by another message, Mpumalanga, please send to US and request him to provide him with information for the correction. We need grade A guards. Those 3 messages. Do you see them? 6, 7, and 8.
Yes, I see.
And did you understand those messages to be messages that Sergeant Nkosi was forwarding from the CFO?
No, I see. At the time, I did not know.
Even the second one, which says Mpumalanga, please send to US.
At that time, I was not aware that they are coming from the CFO.
Okay. What did you understand these, and let's go over the page to 449, where Sergeant Nkosi sends a message, it was sent on Tuesday, let me check now. What did you understand these 4 messages sent on the 24th of April to refer to?
As it was indicated, SC, that Nico was helping them with the tender of Mpumalanga. Much as I forwarded those messages to him, that with those notes from Nico, that when he sent to say it was sent on Tuesday, let me check now, because I sent him to say these are matters that Nico said, they already have them, they dealt with them.
Sorry, they've already have them, they've dealt with them?
To say Nico helped them with those issues, much as he sent me screenshots of those things.
Well, the screenshots were sent by you to Sergeant Nkosi.
Yes.
Yes. And those screenshots, if we look at them, they're not so much screenshots as photographs. They start at page 535. And 535 is a certificate of registration. What is the purpose of sending this to Sergeant Nkosi?
I received the information from Nico Matovela saying he has this in his desk. He has been dealing with these matters. Which Nkosi said I must check with him.
And what was Nico doing?
He was busy with the tender that was indicated to say it's the tender from Mpumalanga.
But if we go back to 449, we see Sergeant Nkosi is sending you messages requesting information for the correction. Mpumalanga, please send to US and request to provide him with information for the correction. What is going on here? Why are you sending these documents to Sergeant Nkosi?
As I indicated, SC, to say I received this information from Sergeant Nkosi to say, I need to check it. Then I checked with Nico Matovela, who forwarded me this, photo screenshot to show me that he has this document in his, desk, and these are matters that, he has dealt with. So I sent it to Sergeant Nkosi to show him.
But if we go down to 537, for instance, you'll see that there is a list of 6 problems on 537 and another list of 6 more on 538. It says, SIRA, company not certified. 2, grade B director. 3, letter of good standing, also indicates grade B. 4, firearms, no license. 5, proof that you're up to date with Provident Funds. 6, SOP. What does this relate to?
I indicated SC previously to say he's helping with quite a number of aspects, and these were different, I think, matters that, he was dealing with.
On its face, what this posted card looks like is a list of, this one is a list of 6 problems with compliance. That the company is not certified at SIRA, that the director has only grade B status, that the letter of good standing indicates only grade B, that there are no licenses for firearms. Did you understand what this document was? Did you play any role in relation to this document other than being a conduit from Nico to Sergeant Nkosi?
I did not play any role, SC. I was relaying the information as I was receiving.
So you were just forwarding what you got from Nico to Sergeant Nkosi?
That's correct, SC.
But Nico was already dealing directly with Becky. Becky had asked Nico to help him on this case.
SC, as you could see that Nkosi will continuously sometimes send me information to check and verify. I'll do so. And I'll verify, then I'll relay back the information to Sergeant Nkosi.
But why were you in this loop? I mean, this is, on your version, this is a tender for an Mpumalanga municipality that Ngapashe is bidding for. What does it have to do with you?
I indicated earlier on that I raised Nkosi. I took interest from him since '97 when, he started, working at the yard. So he'll continuously sometimes ask for me to intervene and assist.
But he and his brother have a series of pending bids before the city at this point that you're aware of. In TMPD 1 and TMPD 3, they have Ngapashe as a bidder.
I'm aware about it, SC.
Did you not think it was inappropriate for you to be assisting Ngapashe in another bid?
As I indicated earlier on, that when Sergeant Nkosi approached me, I referred him to Nico for assistance because I did not want to assist him.
Well then, why when Nico approaches you, do you not say to Nico, deal directly with Sergeant Nkosi, deal directly with Becky?
The issue of sometimes being convenient, speaking to someone, SC, you can't rule it out to say you'll just chase someone who's want to either feel comfortable or confide with you better and feel that if he has spoken to you, you'll be able to assist or intervene.
But do you not see it as inappropriate for you to be assisting Ngapashe in tenders at the same time as they are bidding for tenders from the city?
I did not personally assist it, SC. I have the capacity and the skills to do so, but I did not at this stage.
Yes, but you're acting as the conduit between Ngapashe and Nico.
I'm not a conduit. I indicated that I had a relationship with Sergeant Nkosi that backdates, some years back.
Yes, but you are factually acting as a conduit between Sergeant Nkosi or Ngapashe and Nico. When Sergeant Nkosi wants Nico to do something in relation to Ngapashe, he asks you. When Nico wants documents to go back to Sergeant Nkosi and Becky, he gives them to you.
I don't agree, SC.
Well,
What do you understand by conduit, Deputy Chief?
A conduit, Commissioner, it's like a three-way of communication, of which I'm not. I have a personal relationship with Sergeant Nkosi that I indicated.
That does not focus on conduit. There may be a three-way communication, but without any one of the three people being a conduit. So you've not answered the question. What do you understand a conduit to be?
Much as I'm indicating, Commissioner, that a conduit is like, someone who act between two people. And in this instance, I was not acting between Peggy and Peggy because I have a personal relationship that was built some years back with Sergeant Nkosi.
A conduit is either a person or a thing through which something, it may be communication, passes between two other people. Without that person, the one through whom the information or whatever else passes, being personally involved in what is happening between the two destinations. It just passes through. That person or thing are used merely for purposes of whatever it is that passes through, to pass through. So it's just for purposes of it passing through. In this communication, or in what was happening here, according to what you say, you were exactly that, a conduit. You were passing information to Sergeant Nkosi from Nico, and you also pass information from Sergeant Kosi to Nico. So according to you, you were actually a conduit. So I don't understand why you say no when Mr. Shaskalson is asking you why you were a conduit. So I don't understand your denial. With the explanation I've given, unless you say I'm wrong in my explanation. So with the explanation I have given, can you now answer the question by Mr. Shaskalson? Why were you a conduit?
Commissioner,
When Nico could have communicated directly with Becky or with Sergeant Kosi for that matter, why were you a conduit?
I still don't agree, Commissioner. We maintain different levels of relationship with both people that I maintain with Sergeant Kosi and Nico. So if someone will prefer to speak to me to either engage someone. So that I don't think I'm a conduit, Commissioner.
Were you playing any role other than just passing the information from this point to the other point and vice versa? Were you playing any active role?
I will intervene if there's misunderstanding. Sergeant Kosi will request me to say perhaps intervene, then I'll intervene in that instance.
Did that happen all the time, or would it happen only on odd occasions? There is the need for you to intervene.
It was not on all occasions.
So for the most part, you were just passing information between the two, for the most part, correct?
He'll communicate something, I'll communicate to Nico.
Can you please answer the question directly? So for the most part, you were merely passing information between the two, correct?
I'm not sure about that, Commissioner.
No. Why not? Why not? You have said it would only be on the odd occasion that you would have to personally intervene. So if that was the case, surely what you did for the most part would be merely to pass information between the two. Not so. If you say not, then explain what else or what more you did.
Commissioner, I've explained that I hold different relationship with both
No, I've
parties.
heard that. I have that.
Yes.
That has nothing to do with my question, Deputy Chief. That has nothing to do with my question. My question is it not so that for the most part, you pass information from the one to the other?
That's correct, Commissioner.
That's enough for my purposes. Now, so which means for the most part, you were a conduit. If all you did was to pass information from the one to the, except for those few occasions or the odd occasion when you had to intervene. So for the most part, you were a conduit.
I don't agree, Commissioner, that I was a conduit.
In my language, I would say, I walis cause. I will leave it at that.
Thank you, Chair. But whether or not you accept that you were acting as a conduit, why were you playing any role in this? Why were you not telling Sergeant Nkosi and Becky on the one side and Nico on the other side to deal with each other directly and not to draw you into this process?
In any life situation, you'll sometimes become, a role model to other people. They'll put their trust in you. So you wouldn't dismiss, someone that, you feel, you can assist.
So you are assisting Ngapashaya on because Sergeant Nkosi is your role, that you are Sergeant Nkosi's role model. Is that your answer? You don't want to disappoint him because you're his role model.
I'm not assisting Ngapashaya. I've referred Sergeant Nkosi to Nico Matovela to assist him.
Yes, but you're keeping yourself in the picture. You're not, you've referred them to Nico months ago, and you're still being the person who passes Nico's messages to Ngapashaya and who passes Sergeant Nkosi's messages to Nico. You're staying involved. Why are you staying involved?
Much as I indicated, I have a relationship with Sergeant Kosi. I nurtured him and I'll take interest in helping him.
How are you helping him in this regard if you're not helping Ngapashea?
I'm not helping Ngapashea SC as I indicated. I could have assisted Ngapashea with the skills and the capacity that I have, but I chose to refer them to Nikoma Tovela to assist them.
But you just said that you are keeping yourself in the picture, or you're not removing yourself from the picture because you're helping Sergeant Nkosi. How are you helping him?
Yes, SC, Sergeant Nkosi will come to me for intervention, then I'll intervene where there's a need.
Mr. Dlamini, the question is, you say you were helping Sergeant Nkosi. The question is, in this tender, how are you helping him? What is it that you are doing that is to help Sergeant Nkosi?
Commissioner, I indicated initially in my statement that I referred Sergeant Nkosi. When he came to me, I refused because he wanted me to assist Peggy direct. I said I can't. I referred him to Nikoma Tovela for assistance, and sometimes they will have that misunderstanding where Sergeant Nkosi will come to me and request intervention, or Nico will say, pass this information to Sergeant Nkosi. That's what I will do.
Yeah, well, maybe for now, let's limit it to these documents and this information that you are passing on to Sergeant Nkosi. Let's limit it to that. How is that to help Sergeant Nkosi? It's a Ngapeshea tender. You say in Mpumalanga, it's Ngapeshea. When you are sharing this information that you are passing on from Nico to Sergeant Nkosi in relation to a Ngapeshea tender, how is that to help Sergeant Nkosi?
He inquired, Commissioner, I gave him information to say, Nico indicate to say this document, he had them in his desk and he is addressing them because Sergeant Nkosi, raised that matter of, documents that, they need to be completed.
Yes, Mr. Chaskasan.
Deputy Chief, before we leave this topic, I just want to take you to a document which supports your argument that this tender did not relate to TMPD1. It was not TMPD1. It's the document on page 536. And you see it's a letter of good standing issued by the Private Sector Industry Regulation Authority, PSIRA.
Are you going to make it bigger, please?
Yes.
You'll see that the date it was issued on its face is 6 February 2025. You see it?
I'd agree to that, but yes.
And that it was certified by the South African Police Service in Soshanguve on the 20th of February 2025.
Yes.
Now, those dates are after the submission date of TMPD1. TMPD1 had a deadline of October 2024.
That's correct.
So on the face of this document could not be a document that was submitted as part of the bid for TMPD1, because it was only created on its face in February 2025. You see that?
I see that, I see.
I'm putting that document to you because it does support your evidence that these documents that you were exchanging between, or that you're passing from Nico to Sergeant and Corsi did not relate to TMPD1.
Yes, I see.
Ms. Chaskalson, can I ask you a question? It's not for the witness. Are we, as the commission, able to get the full set of documents of Ngapeshea that were assessed by the BEC for the purposes of TMPD1? Because while what you're saying is possible, it may also be that in fact, what was done was that this very document was submitted long after the closing date, and those who assessed the bid relied on this document as proof of good standing. So there are multiple possibilities here.
There are, and we will attempt to get the full set of documents for the bid. We have.
Yeah. Okay, can I ask Deputy Chief Dlamini? This municipality in Mpumalanga, I mean, it's only 11 months ago when these chairs were exchanged between you and Sergeant Nkosi. Surely it should not be difficult to establish which municipality Ngapeshea was dealing with for the purposes of what we are discussing now, and whether in fact that municipality ever had a tender out, and whether Ngapeshea ever responded to that invitation to bid.
Yes, Commissioner, I think that perhaps the CFO will be able to assist on that because he was the one who was assisting them.
No, unfortunately, the CFO was not able to assist. And the name that Sergeant Nkosi gave us, the Matthews Posa municipality, the Commission has established that such a municipality does not exist. So we're not talking about 10 years ago, we're talking about 11 months ago. I mean, surely one of you should remember which municipality was, but all you are giving us at this stage is a province to say it was in Mpumalanga. But if you are more specific and you say that municipality had a tender out, and it was that municipality that invited bids, and it was in respect of that bid that Ngapeshea submitted a bid, then we will be able to close this line of inquiry once and for all.
I will verify with Nico, Commissioner, which one was specifically dealing with.
Are you able to do that during the tea break?
I will do so.
Thank you.
What might also be helpful, perhaps as you verify, is that if you look at page 538, the very last item relates to rates and taxes as some of the information that was missing that needed to be included. So item 12 is rates and taxes. It says company is in arrears and there is no list. And then it says directors' rates and taxes are not attached. That would suggest an address of Ngapeshea in that area, in that jurisdiction where that tender belongs, and the address of the director. So if you have Ngapeshea's address in that municipality where that tender, in the jurisdiction of that municipality, where this tender you say was for, then it should help you with identifying the municipality. You understand what I'm saying?
I understand you, Commissioner.
Okay.
But I think that might be difficult for me to do that. It will require either Peggy or someone. I'll ask Nico if he has that.
Yeah, well, this is not just a question to Nico. I think Peggy can answer the question. He either has an address, and his company has an address in that municipality, in the jurisdiction of that municipality, or he doesn't have.
I'm not sure, Commissioner.
So it should be easy to verify.
Much as I indicate, the person that I'll be able to talk to is Nico. I'll ask him about which tender was this one.
Okay. Well, I'm suggesting to you that you should be able to speak to Peggy as well, because you're assisting him with this tender.
I was not helping him, Commissioner, with this tender.
All right. Hear what you come back with.
Can we leave this tender for now and then go to TMPD 3? And before we get to your involvement in relation to TMPD, I just want to sketch the timetable of TMPD 3 that we've established through the CFO. The timetable for TMPD was that the bid was advertised on the 12th of August 2024. If you can just take these dates down. This was the evidence of the CFO. The closing date was 21 February 2025. The first meeting of the BEC was 24 March 2025. The BEC recommended an award on either 28 May or 29 May. The minute of the meeting recommending the award is dated 28 May. The score sheets are dated 29 May. The BAC resolved to cancel the tender on 23 October. So that's the chronology. Now, your involvement that we want to look at starts on page 437. And on the 25th of March, 2025, page 437 of file 4, you send to Sergeant Nkosi a draft BEC report on this tender. It's 25 March, and it runs from page 437 all the way down to page 439. And the document that you sent is actually attached as an annexure from page 511. And it may be, well, it runs from page 511 all the way through to page 524. Why did you send that document to Sergeant Nkosi on 25 March?
Sergeant Nkosi requested me to send him, a list of companies on that day, and I requested my office to download it for me on the web. Unfortunately, the website was off for the city of Tshwane, and they requested from supply chain management if they have a list of bidders. Then they were also told that the website is still off. Then they provided them with this draft admin report. It's not a BEC report, SC. It's a draft report that they are preparing, a closeout report that they usually put on the website. So it's not a BEC report.
Well, you say it is a closeout report that they normally put on the website.
That's correct, SC.
What they normally put on the website, and you've attached that in your additional documents, is the just the list of bidders. It's a separate document. So if you go to file 5, page 67, you'll see the list of bidders for TMPD 3 that you can access from the website. And your evidence on Friday was that is the document that you will get if you go onto the website and click the tab that says Tender Bid Register. And that screen you've attached as one of your additional documents on page 36 of file 5.
That's correct, SC.
So the document that you sent is not the tender bid register that everyone has access to. It's a draft administrative report that the public doesn't have access to.
SC, when documents get received, what it's prepared by the admin, it's what you see on from page 67 that I've attached to show, to say it's up to page, the last page of this document, up to page 88. And this was already on the web. The website was off when they've already loaded this document on the web. If you can check, the tender closed on the 12th of August, as you indicated. This was already out there on the web when I forwarded it to Sergeant Kosi in March. The challenge was that the website was off. Then my office requested SCM, they gave them this draft admin report. It's what they are using to prepare the close-out report before they can load it on the system. So it's not a BEC report.
Okay, let's call it the draft administrative report.
Yes.
Who prepares it?
SCM, there's admin. When tender closed, there's admin staff that do that, which they hand it together with all the documents to the BEC for them to commence their work. They need a close-out report of all the bidders that have bid together with the tender document.
So it's a report that's prepared for the BEC.
Correct.
And what this is a draft of a report that is being prepared for the BEC.
They were preparing a closed-out report, so much as they made draft admin reports before they complete it to be this closed-out report that goes on the website.
No, the closeout report doesn't go on the website. What goes on the website is the document that we see at
67?
page
67? Not that.
at page 67, which is accessed from from the link at page 36, the tender bid register.
It is the closed-out report.
No, the documents are different. If you look at the document at page 67, it is just a list of bidders and prices.
Yes.
Go.
You can continue, sorry.
So if you go to the end of the document at page 67, you will see that it ends with the last bidder. You see it says total number 435. There is a stamp at page 88, and that is the document that one can access from the website.
Yes.
Did you agree? I did not hear your response.
I'm
Deputy
saying this draft report, Commissioner SC, when they register the bids, they use this draft admin report to prepare this close-out report that they load on the work. This is a working document. By the day I wanted to access the close-out report, the system was off. Then they requested, my office requested from supply chain, they provided with them because the information contained on this draft is the information that they're gonna access on the web.
What gets uploaded? Is it the document starting at page 67 through to 88?
Yes.
That is a different document from the document that you sent to Sergeant Nkosi. What you sent to Sergeant Nkosi was not the bid register that you can access from the web, but it was a draft of a closeout report being prepared for the BEC.
That's correct, SC, as I indicated to say that day the website was off, then they requested the report, the closeout report, they were provided with this draft admin report because it contains the same information that was gonna be accessed on there. It's not a confidential document, it's not a BEC report.
Can I, that's not the version that you gave in your statement. If you go to page 10 of your statement in file 1, do you have it?
Yes, SC.
There you'll see in paragraph 50, you say in response to a question, the reason or purpose of your discussions of procurement matters with Sergeant Nkosi, you say, Sergeant Nkosi requested assistance with lists of bidders. We did not have any discussions on procurement matters. I have shared the 2 documents with him, which are administrative records, brackets, closing reports relating to bids and their pricing, which are available public documents. So what you said in your answer was that the document that you sent to him was an available public document. But it's not an available public document. It's a document that you managed to source from procurement.
Correct, SC, but the information that it's contained in that document, it's available in the web. The challenge, we could not access the website on that day. So the same information that it's in the draft admin report, it's what was in the website.
And let's go again on page 11, paragraph 56. You repeat the earlier explanation. I haven't discussed matters relating to procurement of the city of Tshwane with Sergeant Nkosi. I merely provided him with administrative documents as he requested. See paragraph 50. The said materials are public documents. Now that's not true, is it? They're not public documents, what you gave to Sergeant Nkosi.
They are SC. It's just the format of that one that was provided is that, I mean, they knew that it's already in the system. We could not access the system on that particular day, so it doesn't change the content of that information.
Deputy Chief, the document at 511, in so many words, says draft. You see that?
I see that.
511 of file, you do see it. Surely a draft is meant to be a final document at some stage, correct?
Correct, Commissioner.
And whilst it is a draft, surely it's a document that is still being worked on within the metro, correct?
Correct, Commissioner.
So if at any stage it is to be public, it will only be public once it's final, correct?
It's correct, Commissioner.
Thank you.
Can I just ask a question? Please
explained it.
explain, and then I will
Yes.
ask my question.
To say, I mean, on the 25th of March, Commissioner indicated to say, this document was already loaded on the system. It closed on the 12th of August, this tender. It was already available in the system. The issue was access to the system when they provided this document to say the information that it's contained when they prepare this, they have this draft, but the information contained will be there on the system,
What do you mean by system?
the website.
So a draft was on the website?
No, the final one was already loaded.
No,
on
I've
the
been
website.
engaging you on the draft and not on a final document, from beginning to end. I was engaging you on the draft and whether a draft would be made public, and you said not. And you said what would be made final would be the final document if it were meant to go public at all.
Deputy Chief, if Sergeant Nkosi had called the SCM office and asked for this draft report, would they have given it to him?
I believe so, Commissioner. From the first day when the tender closed, if you request this information of bidders, if it's readily available, they'll provide it to you.
No, I'm not asking about the list of bidders. I'm asking about the draft administration report. If Sergeant Nkosi had asked SCM for the draft administration report, would they have given it to him?
Commissioner, he was gonna ask for a list of bidders, and yes,
That's exactly my point.
I believe they could have provided him with, because it was already loaded on the website. The tenderers were already there, their pricing and everything.
So they would have given him a document that includes paragraphs 2, 3, and 4 that you see on page 524. They would have given him that information. So ignore paragraph 1 because that's the list of bidders. And we know that it's 435 of them. If you go to page 524, are you on 524?
Yes, Commissioner.
SCM would have given that information to Sergeant Nkosi. Paragraph 2.1, paragraph 3, paragraph 4, paragraph 4.1.
I believe so, Commissioner, because there's nothing confidential in this document.
Okay.
Remember, it was said I shared confidential document with Sergeant Nkosi, and I wanted to indicate that there was nothing confidential that I shared with Sergeant Nkosi.
Thank you.
Deputy Commissioner, perhaps forget for now the confidential part of this information. The question that is being put to you is whether this document that we see at page 511, not forget the information, this document, because you sent this document to Sergeant Nkosi. Was this document that starts at page 511 on the website and therefore accessible to the public as it is on the day that you sent it to Sergeant Nkosi? Was this publicly available document?
Commissioner, the document that was already loaded on the website, it's as I attached on file 5, is the same, the names of companies with their pricing and everything. It was already on the website, not the document as it is.
So the document that starts at 511 was not available on the website, was not available to the public. It wasn't on the website available to the public, the document that starts at 511.
Correct, Commissioner.
Thank you.
So just one last one, I'm sorry, Mr. Chaskasen. Something related to what Commissioner Khumalo asked you. You seem, on my understanding, you seem to equate this document starting at 511 with just a list of bidders. Do I understand you correctly?
Correct, Commissioner.
And to you, that's all it is and nothing more, just the list of bidders.
Correct, Commissioner.
Let me take you where Commissioner Kumalo took you, which is 524. And look at number 4 towards the foot of the page. And the heading there says disqualification due to non-registration on CSD. And it says joint venture CSD. I understand that to be dealing with what entity or entities were disqualified. Do you understand it the same way?
No, Commissioner, it's a standard form that they use when they are capturing. So there's no company that it's listed here which was disqualified. It's just a standard form that they will follow.
But that document is meant to deal with it, not so. Even if at this stage they may not have written in any entity, but that's what the document is meant to deal with.
Yes, a standard form for inputting when they do the evaluation.
And the entry just below that, the following 435 bidders were evaluated on pre-compliance. I guess on that as well, you'll say that's just standard form.
Yes, Commissioner.
But by the time this document is finalized, everything has been entered. There will be some information on there, correct?
As soon as the BEC has completed its report or something, they will be able to evaluate. But this way, they have not done anything.
All right, thank you. Yes, Mr. Shaskalson.
Now, you say that the document at file 5, page 67, was already on the website.
That's correct, SC.
So if you wanted to give that document to Sergeant Nkosi, you could have got that document from supply chain management, could you not?
The website was off, SC.
Yes, but the website uploads documents that somebody else has created from within supply chain management.
They couldn't get it, SC.
They couldn't get it off the website or from the person who had created it?
Yes, SC.
Which?
From the website and from someone who was supposed to assist.
Who were you asking for this, for these documents?
I requested my office to request. I'm not sure who assisted them in this regard, SC.
And what did you ask your office to request?
To request for a bidders register.
But why did you need to ask your office to request the bid register? Or did you know that the website was down when you asked them to request the bid register?
Correct, SC.
So you knew the website was down and you asked your office to find the bid register?
Correct.
Who in your office did you ask?
I requested, I think it was, I'm not sure whether it was Mpumalanga or it was Dorcas who helped in that regard.
To find the bid register?
Yes.
And they reported to you that they couldn't find the bid register?
Correct.
But that somebody in supply chain management had given them a draft report?
Correct.
Did they say who had given them the draft report?
I never asked that, SC.
But you'd asked for a bid register and you got back a draft report?
Correct, SC.
And you didn't, you thought you would just give Sergeant Nkosi the draft report?
Correct, SC.
Why was it necessary to give Sergeant Nkosi the draft report? Why couldn't he, like everybody else, wait for the bid register to become available?
I believe SC, he requested information on tender, on bidders and their code, and this was the information that was shared. So it's the same as to the information that he will receive as soon as, if the website was on.
But why shouldn't he just wait like everybody else who has to wait until the website comes back up?
I can't tell on that one.
No, you can tell, because you were the one who chose to give him a document that isn't a public document and that he hadn't requested for on your version.
When he wanted it, he requested me. Yes, you are correct. Then this is what I could access. They could provide me with. I gave it to him because that's what he requested. And I saw no harm because the same information, it's not a confidential information. It's information that it's already loaded on the website.
Yes, but nobody else could get access to that information at that time, because the website was down.
Correct, the website was down, SC, but there was no harm in sharing the same information that he was gonna get later on.
What role did you have to play in this procurement process? Why was it appropriate for Sergeant Nkosi to ask you for lists of bidders?
I did not play any role, SC.
So any other bidder would have to deal with the procurement office and someone who did play a role in the tender.
Beg your pardon?
Any other bidder, any one of the other 435, if they wanted this list, would have to ask someone in the procurement officer for the tender register, and they would be told, the website is down, we can't find it, you'll have to wait.
I'm not sure about it, SC.
But Sergeant Nkosi had lied to you, and you had lied to the tender, to the procurement department to get the draft report. Is that not how it happened?
That's what transpired, but it's not like he was getting any favor, SC.
Well, he was getting a favor. He was getting information that nobody else could get. Nobody else could get the draft report. They had to wait until the website came back up and they could get a register of tenders.
I'm not sure who else could have asked the information. I believe they're gonna provide it to him, SC.
What did you tell the procurement office in relation to your request for this information?
As I indicated, I requested my office to get it for me.
To get what?
The bid register.
Yes, but that wasn't your version. Sorry. They asked for the bid register. Did they say why they needed the bid register?
I'm not sure what did they tell them. Why did they want the bid register?
But why would your office be looking for bid registers from procurement? What role does your office have to deal with bids and to be looking for bid registers?
It's because I requested them to ask it, and it's a public document, SC.
Deputy Commissioner, the tender, when it is advertised, it has a reference. It gives a name of a contact person. Now, you have told us that in respect of TMPD 1, you couldn't assist Sergeant Nkosi. You referred him to Nico. Why did you not refer him to the person at SCM, who is the contact person for this bid?
Commissioner, he requested me to assist Peggy with compiling a tender document. I could not do that.
Yes, now he's asking you to give him information about bidders. In fact, your evidence was that he wanted to know whether his brother had submitted a tender. That's what you said. And if he asked you that question and then you went and got the register or the document that we've discussed earlier, my question is why you are not involved in SCM, your office is not involved in SCM. Why do you not refer him to the contact person at SCM to give him this publicly, what you say is publicly available information in an ongoing bid process? Why do you insert yourself improperly in an ongoing bid process when there are processes? There is a protocol relating to this tender, and the protocol is that there is a contact person. Nobody else should be getting involved with information relating to this tender. Why did you not say to Sergeant Nkosi, here's the person, speak to them?
Commissioner, I think he requested it from me as someone that he knows as a brother and so forth. I did not see any harm providing him with that information.
You did not see any harm sharing information in an ongoing tender process which you are not part of. Your office is not part of it at all. You did not see any harm in getting involved that way.
That's correct, Commissioner, because the information I shared was already a public information in the website.
No, we have established from your answer that the information that you shared at page 511 was not publicly available. You've said that. You've accepted that that document, because that's a document you shared. You didn't just write down a list of the 435 bidders. That's not what you did. What you did is you went into the system and got a City of Tshwane document that you agree was not available to the public, the document at 511. It wasn't available to the public, and you shared that with him. So please do not repeat that that document at 511 was available to the public. It wasn't. You've settled that in your earlier answer. You go into the system, you pull out an internal document that is at 511, which contains information in an ongoing tender process, which you personally and your office are not part of. When there is a person who's in charge of that information that you could have referred Sergeant Nkosi to get that information, and the question is, why did you not do that? I know he asked you, so the answer cannot be because he asked me to help him. We know that's what he did. I'm asking a different question to you. Why did you not direct him to the person designated for that purpose when he asked you to help him?
Commissioner, I think we indicated to say Sergeant Nkosi is like a brother to me, and I took interest on him.
Okay, I have to stop you. I have to stop you. You've said that repeatedly. It doesn't answer my question, so please don't repeat it, and I'll hand back to Mr. Chaskalson. Thank you.
Do you recall your evidence yesterday about Mr. Mampani? That he is...
On Friday.
Sorry, on Friday. That Mr. Mampani is a taxi industry businessman, and that he is the son of a Mr. Mampani with whom your late brothers worked.
Correct.
Now, the evidence of Sergeant Nkosi was that on 30 April, that's a month, just over a month after he got this report, this draft report from you, he forwarded it to Mr. Mampani. Were you aware of this?
I was not aware of it.
And Mr. Mampani's response to receiving this draft list from him was, Buti, please let him say no to that appointment. Buti, please let him say no to that appointment. Did Sergeant Nkosi ever talk to you about TMPD 3 again?
No, SC.
Did that not strike you as strange?
No.
He'd asked you for a list of bidders. Had he not?
It was not strange, SC.
Why was it not strange? He talked to you extensively in relation to TMPD 1.
He never spoke to me about it, and I don't see it as being strange. And as I indicated earlier on, even on TMPD 1, I was just assisting him. He never spoke to me.
No, you did speak to him in relation to TMPD 1. You exchanged many texts and you had many voice calls to clarify those texts.
And that's what he requested, SC, and I never made a follow-up with him as to what is happening, SC, with that. He requested.
But your evidence is that
applies here.
despite the fact that you exchanged many texts in relation to TMPD 1 and calls to clarify those texts, you didn't speak at all in relation to TMPD 3.
No.
Do you know what happened to TMPD 3?
Yes, I know that TMPD 3 was later on cancelled, as the CFO also indicated when he testified.
And what is the situation now in relation to the services that ought to have been provided by under TMPD 3?
I think it was indicated, SC, that there is an extension that was granted for the current service providers.
And those current service providers are the providers who are appointed to the tender, which I think is tender 1 of 2016-2017. Is that correct?
Not sure if it's 2016 or what.
It's certainly from the previous decade, is it not, the tender? It's from the 2010s, it's not from the 2020s.
No, I think it's from the 2020s.
No, it's definitely from the 2010s, the tender.
Mr. Skalson, I think the confusion here is there was that 2021 court order.
Yes.
And those service providers were appointed
On a court
pursuant to that court order. And that's where I think the misalignment between you and the deputy chief is.
Yes, but the tender itself, pursuant to which they were appointed, is a tender from the previous decade.
Not decade, Commission, SC.
Sorry, I didn't hear that answer.
I'm saying it's not decade, SC.
No, it is. We've seen the evidence.
I don't think so.
On what basis do you say you don't think so?
As I indicated, either it might be 21-22 financial year because it only ended in February 2025. So
Yeah, that was the appointment pursuant to a court order in 2021.
they started, yes, either 2022 because the 3-year ended on the 28th of February 2025.
But the tender itself, pursuant to which those bidders were appointed, was a tender from the previous decade. It was 2016-17, I think.
That's not true, SC.
Mr. Skalson, it's the issue of language. I'm sorry to do this. When it was originally advertised, it was 2016-2017. When it was eventually awarded, it was pursuant to the court order sometime in 2021.
That's when
and then they started in 2022 for 3 years ending in 2025.
correct.
But you're talking about the same tender. Your start point is the court order. Mr. Chaskalson's start point is when it was first advertised.
But they were not working at that time.
Yes,
Yes.
because they only started working after they were appointed pursuant to the court order. And they were issued those letters that said, because of the court order, all 22 of you will be appointed.
From 2022.
Yes,
Yes.
but it was advertised for the first time, 2016-2017.
I'll verify that it might be correct that it was advertised prior.
You can assume from our side that it was advertised in 2016-2017. What would flow from that is that the specifications that were requested were specifications that were drawn up at the very latest in 2016. You accept that? If the tender was advertised in 2016-17, the specifications couldn't have been drawn up before, after 2016.
That's correct, SC.
Now, have the specifications for these sorts of services remained constant? Have the city's needs for these sorts of services remained constant over the last 10 years?
I'm not sure about that.
Are the city's needs for ad hoc security services today identical to what they were 10 years ago?
The city's needs change gradually, can change, within a month and so forth. They might build a clinic, so it will change gradually.
And over 10 years, will there be some substantial change?
Definitely. The assets of the city, increase.
So will you accept that the result of the cancellation of this tender is that service providers who are providing the services are providing those services in terms of specifications which are now out of date because they are specifications that are 10 years old?
I'm not sure about that, SC, because specifications that relates either to a tender for washman services. If they need an armed guard and so forth, they need the following things on their side. They will remain, I think, the same.
So you're saying that the specifications will not have changed over 10 years?
Yes, the portfolio of the assets might have changed, but the specifications might remain. You'll find the current tender that was advertised, when you look at it with the previous one, might find the specifications being the same.
Have you yourself compared them?
I haven't.
So you're speculating at this point?
Yes.
Can we move to a different topic, which is the invoices that were paid on the process to pay invoices on the 5th and 6th of March 2025. And there we should go to page 426. And you'll see at the foot of page 426, in chat number 8, that at 9:46 in the morning, the Sergeant Nkosi sends you a screenshot of a conversation that he's having with the CFO, and that screenshot is at page 503. And if you go to the bottom of 503, you'll see that the CFO has asked Sergeant Nkosi, Mpumalanga is general winning, and Sergeant Nkosi has responded, morning, my brother, I'm onto him. And that screenshot got sent to you at 10 o'clock that we see in, at 9:48 that we see at the foot of the page. And then at 10 o'clock on page 504, we see a second screenshot that Sergeant Nkosi sends you, which is his response. Morning, my brother, I'm onto him. He confirmed it will be sorted now. He'll give feedback soon before 12 o'clock. And the CFO has responded at 9:55 saying, okay, it's not yet in my system. Your response to both of these screenshots is sharp, Captain. Can you just remind us again what is taking place here? What are these exchanges relating to? Why is Sergeant Nkosi forwarding you his chats with the CFO?
As I indicated that on the 4th of March, I received a call from Sergeant Kosi, who was with the CFO, and the CFO spoke to me about outstanding payments that was owed to 3 service providers for a period of, 6 months or so. He requested my intervention to go and investigate and assist in ensuring that we sort out the matter. And on the 5th of April, then I checked with my office. Indeed, there were outstanding payments for a period of 6 months that were not paid to the service provider, as the CFO indicated that they were threatening to go to court, and he requested my intervention in that regard.
Can we go back to your evidence on Friday in relation to how the system should work? Correct. And how the system should work is that for these sorts of ad hoc services, you know what the price per guard is. And so when you get a request from a user department, say electricity, sorry, you're nodding. Can I just ask you for the record to say yes as it goes on? So you know what the contract with the service provider says in relation to rates.
That's correct, SC.
So you have a fixed rate that you will apply when you use that service provider.
That's correct.
When you get a request from a user department, and we use the example of electricity, for some guards to guard a power station that they would be working on, you know how many guards you're going to need and for how long.
Correct.
You then look at the general ledger to see if there is money provided for 2 guards 24 hours a day for 2 weeks, which is what the electricity department wants. And if there is, you authorize the deployment of the guards and you issue a purchase order.
That's correct.
The guards then are provided by the private company with whom you have the contract. They do the work. And at the end of that process, the company invoices.
That's correct.
And the invoice matches what your purchase order has provided for, because you have your purchase order authorized 2 guards 24 hours a day, 2 weeks.
That's correct.
And then once you have the purchase order in place at the beginning and the invoice that's issued after the work is done, you check whether the work was in fact done. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And if the work was in fact done, you then authorize payment pursuant to, in accordance with the purchase order that was issued at the start of the process.
That's correct.
So how can you find yourself in a situation that you are describing now, where there are a whole lot of invoices that have been issued and have not been paid, and for which it seems there are no purchase orders? That's a question. How do you find yourself in that situation?
I think let me indicate to say, one, as it was indicated here, to say the question of, deployment of guards, it falls precisely under APSS, and by then it was overseen by DC Boles. One, they allow a service provider to continue providing services for a period of 6 months. DC Boles says it just happened under his nose. there's coaching every quarter with the directors, where you check your budget, your everything. He could not pick it up the first quarter. He could not pick it up the second quarter to say there's expenditure taking place in his, department, that it's happening. They go to an extent of certifying services as being rendered for those service providers. They sign off invoices, certify them that services have been rendered, they received an invoice. Bring the invoices to my office for processing for payment. My office engaged with them to say, you were supposed, you know the procedure, that in the first instance, you were supposed to ensure that, one, you liaise with the sister department around the GL, they provide you with a GL, you give us a GL account, we are able to create POs for those, services that need to be rendered. Because the department will indicate if it's water and sanitation or it's electricity, they'll indicate to say we need services for a period either of 3 months, we are refurbishing a substation or whatever the case it might be. That's the process that need to have taken place, that I think it was supposed to have been overseen by the director and the deputy chief concerned. They deploy service providers, they allow them to render services for 6 months. Then invoices are not paid. The services are still continuing. They have not terminated them for those months. Then I had to intervene in this instance because as the CFO indicating that the service providers were contemplating to go to court, and in most instances they get granted and the city's account gets attached. It's not the same incident of such nature that transpire where the service providers will go to court to say due to non-payment they attach the city's account for non-payment. And I had to intervene to say, but services were rendered, they have been certified as such, because there's no dispute that services were rendered, and companies need to be paid to avoid, the city's account being attached. That's where my intervention came in this instance, to ensure that we pay those outstanding invoices, because the section concerned have certified to say services have been rendered and so forth. So we had to ensure that we make payment to those service providers that have worked to avoid court processes in that regard.
Well, let's go back to the start of the process. One of the invoices that gets paid is an invoice from July 2024.
Correct.
So an invoice has been issued in July 2024 to the city, claiming payment for services rendered.
Correct.
What was the backstory to that invoice? Was there a purchase order for that invoice before the service provider was put on site?
No POs were generated by then.
So how was it possible for the service provider to be deployed to site without a PO? Who did that?
They were deployed within APSS. I think the director there will be able to respond to that, Director Malachi, because he's the one who's overseeing those services.
So Director Malachi should not have deployed those service providers to site in July 2024 without first ensuring that there was a purchase order in place.
That's correct.
An invoice then comes in at the end of the month of July 2024. That invoice presumably goes to your department.
Correct.
What does your department do?
Accounts payable from my section, if services were certified as being done, they need to ensure that, they create the requisitions, request SCM to create POs to ensure that, those invoices get processed. Remember, there's a policy in the city that invoices need to be processed within 30 days. And in this instance, much as I was indicating to say, invoices sit for a period of longer than 6 months without not being attended to.
But your department gets an invoice at the end of July 2024 for services which were ostensibly rendered, but in respect of which there is no purchase order. What does it do?
Much as I indicated, my section continuously engaged with the section from Director Malachi from the onset when they brought in those invoices to say, please, we need the following.
Well, there are two separate issues that I see. One is, were the services asked for and provided? If so, vis-a-vis an outsider, the city probably has to pay. The second issue is, why were city procedures not followed? Why wasn't a purchase order issued in advance of asking these people to provide the services? Let's take the first issue. It's July 2024. You get an invoice for services provided. There's no purchase order. What does your department do to establish whether or not it should pay this invoice?
As I indicated, these invoices came to my attention, to the accounts payables attention in February or so, when they were brought to them.
But in the ordinary course of events, if Gubis, as service provider to the city, issues an invoice in July 2024, what happens to that invoice? Why does, surely it must come to your department.
It goes to APSS. Remember, they must certify that services have been rendered. They must ensure that it's signed off, because we are not monitoring those security services. I'll give you a classical example. If the specifications of a tender says we need 2 armed guards on a site, the company don't post, either they post 1 armed guard, the other guard is not armed. If the tender has got what we call the penalty clause, they should be able to penalize it. So when they bring an invoice, it must come either, with those, penalty clause being, indicated to say they were penalized for it. So much as the section concerned must certify services as rendered, sign it off before it comes to accounts payable. Accounts payable's duty is to ensure that there's an invoice, the invoice is in order, there's an SLA in place for that particular service, the contract, its existence.
And purchase orders?
And there is also budget in that regard.
There's budget and there's a purchase order, or not? Do you have to look for a purchase order?
Correct. Remember, purchase orders, as I indicated, we get created each and every beginning of financial year. We look at the budget, we load it, get loaded, we create purchase orders for watchman services for the entire financial year.
And you're saying that in respect of these invoices, going back to, in fact, June 2024, but we'll deal with June separately, but let's take the ones from July 2024. The first that those invoices were forwarded to your department, you say, is February 2025?
Correct.
Who was at fault there?
I take the section concern, I think Director Malachi, because he was overseeing these, services. He's supposed to ensure that, on a monthly basis, at finance section, they want to say, before the 10th of every month, all invoices, I mean, there's what we call, there's a meeting that deals specifically on a monthly basis with invoices, whereby they indicate to say, this department has got, I mean, either 2 invoices outstanding for non-payment and so forth, where we report on a monthly basis, I mean, to monitor the UIFW, unauthorized irregular frivolous expenditure and so forth that we report on. There's a work stream that deal with that. The city also has established circular 113 meeting to ensure that, I mean, we avoid audit, I mean, negative audit queries, whereby there's also report on issues of invoices in that regard. And they said for the entire 6 months, no report, nothing is happening, to say there are these invoices, services have been rendered and so forth.
So let's stay with our July 2024 invoice. That invoice should have been forwarded to your department by 10 August 2024, if the system was followed.
The latest, before the 10th, we encourage that at least we receive invoices, I mean, or when it's month end, at least the latest, the 5th or so that we are able to accrue every invoice with finance.
But instead it was sent to your department more than 6 months overdue, that July 1.
Correct.
What steps were taken to hold anyone accountable for this?
No one was held accountable. It will be the thing of passing the buck, much as I'm indicating to say, I mean, we have monthly, quarterly coaching whereby these matters could have been picked up, dealt with. The risk also that was associated with these invoices. The contract was ending on February. If we could not have secured an extension for that 4 months, it means these invoices were not gonna be paid. People were gonna go to court and we were going to pay them on a court order because there will no longer be a contract to pay those invoices.
But hang on a minute. A contract normally ends at a given point. And in the last month of performance of the contract, services are performed.
Yes.
And you issue the service provider issues an invoice at the end of the performance of the services. But by the time the city gets the invoices, that invoice, the contract is no longer operative, but the invoice relates to a period when the contract was operative. So why is the end of the contract crucial in any respect?
It is crucial, SC, remember the last invoice, the contract, if it end of February, that will be the last invoice that will be accrued and be paid. So if there's no longer a contract in place, you will no longer be able to process those invoices because there's no contract in place, so it then requires you to generate a report in that regard. We had an instance, of a contract that ended, then it had to go a post facto issue, CCTV, which, it's under some form of investigation, that process. So once the contract ends, you won't be able to process an invoice because you need a contract to be in place.
So are you saying to me that the rush at this point was because the contract was due to expire at the end of February?
It was in March, SC. It was the extension was granted end of February. I'm just indicating to say these were gonna be the risk.
Yes, but by the time the rush was taking place on the 5th and 6th of March,
there was already an extension.
There was an extension for 3 months. 3 months or 4 months?
4 months,
4
up
months.
until June.
my earlier question is, if someone is responsible for not following the city's systems and for not paying for not forwarding invoices to your department promptly when the invoices are issued by the service provider, why aren't they held to account?
I think the city, much as I'm saying, they've introduced these, measures, the UIFW and so forth, and the Circular 113. And that's where I think the CM has put his feet down to say it can't be business as usual. Consequence management need to take place for non-performance, to say you can't be sitting with an invoice which, end up, without being accrued at the end of financial year, the city then get, a finding around it.
But in this case, there were no consequence. There was no management of consequences. Nobody was held to account for sitting on invoices for 6 months.
In this instance, there was none, SC, that was taken.
But your evidence is that your department only received these invoices in February.
Correct.
Can we go to your message in chapter 4, also on page 427? Morning, Captain. Please just confirm for Mpueto Kuti, I'm processing the issue. I've spoken to Kane and Vusi also to increase the target value, as the amount is a bit higher. And as soon as all of them are released, I will let you know for his intervention to ensure that Tommy makes payment urgently. You see that?
I see that, SC.
Kane is Kane and Mpofu in supply chain management.
Correct, SC.
Who is Vusi?
Vusi works within accounts payable, contract management within TMPD.
And Vusi's surname is?
Mabona.
And Tommy?
Tommy works at the budget office.
And his surname?
I think I'm not sure whose surname. Know him as Tommy. Sometimes you'll know the name or the surname of officials.
Okay, well, there can't be too many Tommies in the budget office.
Yes.
You say to increase the target value as the amount is a bit higher. What are you referring to there?
It's around increasing the contract value. Remember, as I said, we load, we do requisition, we do POs for the entire year. So it has got a value, the contract value for payment for that particular month. So you need to increase it to cover this shortfall.
And was that because the amounts that had been charged were in excess of the aggregate amount for the 6 months, or was it because suddenly you had to deal with 6 months worth of invoice in 1 month?
You have to deal with 6 months invoices for 1 month.
So the amounts in the previous months were just not touched at all?
No, you had to deal with 6 months invoices in a month, which now exceed the contract value for that particular month.
And what happens to the unspent amounts in the previous 6 months? Do they not roll forward or not?
No, you don't bring money forward. Remember that on a monthly basis, these were additional services that they've requested, the ad hoc. There's normal invoices for every month for watchman services.
Yes.
Yes. They were paid to.
Sorry, the normal services were paid?
Yes.
Yes. But the ad hoc provision that you have in your general ledger for these services, do you not roll it forward if it's not used?
No.
The exchanges with the CFO and with your through Sergeant and Corsi continue, and we see them all the way through pages 427 and 428. You've understood, you've explained to us why there was this need. So I don't want to take you to the substance of the payments. What I want to ask you is, why was Sergeant and Corsi involved in this process? Why were you not dealing direct with the CFO?
As indicated, I think the CFO indicated to say he saw Sergeant Corsi working, him working through Sergeant Corsi being the best way. He made Sergeant Corsi his extension to communicate with me. I think that's what transpired in this case.
But why did you participate in that arrangement that way? You're dealing with city business between yourself, the Deputy Chief of TMPD, and the CFO. Why is there any need for, one, why is there any need for Sergeant and Corsi to get involved? And two, why is it appropriate for Sergeant and Corsi to get involved? So first, is there any need for Sergeant and Corsi to get involved? Could you not have done this directly with the CFO?
As I indicate to say, CFO saw it fit that he must use Sergeant Corsi to communicate with me. He made Sergeant Corsi his extension, and I was responding to the CFO through Sergeant Corsi. That's what actually transpired in this case.
Commissioner, you're not a junior employee who just follows what the CFO chooses to do, even when it is irregular and maybe even unlawful. You're a senior, you hold a senior position, Deputy Commissioner. You realize you must have known that, in fact, let me say, you must have known that Sergeant Nkosi has no business being involved in this by the CFO, if he's involved by the CFO. You must have known that. A person at your level of seniority, why did you not choose to deal directly with the CFO when you saw, yes, when he first involved Sergeant Nkosi, you who has the power and status to deal with him directly, why did you not decide to deal with him directly? You're not a junior employee in this picture who is afraid of the CFO unless you tell us that you were afraid to upset the CFO for whatever reason. But I want to assume that you didn't have that kind of problem. You have the authority to deal directly with the CFO. Why did you not give those answers directly to the CFO? Because you are improperly dealing with city affairs through Sergeant Nkosi, and there's no debating that. It's simply improper to involve Sergeant Nkosi in this. You must have known that. Why did you choose to continue anyway?
Thanks, Commissioner. I did not choose Commissioner out of my own. I know that if you'll go to, in most instances, if you go to file 1 in page 146, Commissioner, file 146.
Yes.
On the 6th of March, I was requested to provide, feedback by the Chief's office around this matter of payment of these service providers. In most instances, Commissioner, I'll request my office that we need to respect the higher offices so that I give feedback to my chief, and if the chief need to give feedback to the CM or the CFO or whatever, he'll do so, so that I can maintain that chain of command, rather than I communicate direct with either send information to the CM or the CFO. And I've adopted this, and I agree with you to say in this instance also, I think I might have either decided to get either contact of the CFO, but he made Sergeant Kosi an extension that, I must respond to or on his questions and so forth, which becomes, a very unfortunate situation that transpired.
Do you accept that it was improper for you and the CFO to involve Sergeant Kosi in this discussion about resolving these invoices?
Not me, Commissioner. He was involved by the CFO.
Do you accept that it's improper for the CFO to have dealt with this issue involving Sergeant Kosi?
He could have either, referred me to his PA or
No,
whoever.
Deputy Commissioner, I'm asking you a direct answer. It becomes easier when you answer directly. Do you accept that it was improper for the CFO to involve Sergeant Kosi in resolving the issue of the unpaid invoices with you?
It should not have happened, Commissioner.
You accept it's improper. Do you have a difficulty with conceding that it is improper?
To say it should not have happened.
Do you have a difficulty in accepting and conceding that it was improper?
I don't want to bind him.
No, I'm not
Commissioner,
asking you
say
to bind him. I'm asking you to comment on the facts. Facts are the CFO and you were dealing with a city matter through Sergeant Kosi, involving Sergeant Kosi in it. That's a fact. Now I'm asking you, do you accept, and your explanation is, Sergeant Kosi was involved by the CFO, not by you, so I'm happy to break it down. Do you accept that involving Sergeant Kosi, a member of the public, in resolving a payment issue with a service provider, that it was improper for Sergeant Kosi to be involved in this? You can say no. There are only two possible answers. Only two possible answers. Your answer is either no, it wasn't improper, or it was improper, and it doesn't require an explanation.
I wouldn't use the improper, Commissioner. I'll say it was incorrect maybe for the CFO to have involved Sergeant Kosi from the onset on this matter.
Do you accept that it was improper for you to respond to the CFO through Sergeant Kosi? He is a member of the public. Do you accept that?
No, Commissioner. I was responding to the CFO because he made Sergeant Kosi his extension.
So to involve a member, you involving a member of the public in resolving a payment issue, you say that was proper to do, that you involved Sergeant Kosi.
I did not involve Sergeant Kosi. He was
That you
the
communicate-
CFO's extension, Commissioner.
So that you communicated through Sergeant Kosi to the CFO, you say that was proper. There was nothing wrong with that.
I was responding, Commissioner, to the CFO.
Thank
I
you.
never communicated to the
Thank you.
Sergeant Kosi.
Let us adjourn and resume at 11:45. Yes, Mr. Chaselson.
Thank you, Chair. I want to pick up on page 435. This is after the events of 5 and 6 March. And there, on the 23rd of March at 8:05 p.m., you send Sergeant Nkosi a message, and you say, "Afternoon, Captain." Sorry, do you have page 435?
I have it, SC.
You say, "Afternoon, Captain. I trust you are well and your family. I thought we will meet up today so that I could get clarity on something Mpumalanga. Kane called me on Friday and asked if the Gubis want to meet up with me on Saturday. I then pushed the meeting to Monday with a view of getting direction from Mpumalanga first today. Please check with him on this and his advice, if I should go or drop them. I don't want to make a mistake on such matters because I believe the center should be one." You see that message?
Correct, SC.
Can you explain what you were asking Sergeant Nkosi to do here and what the context for it was?
Thanks, SC. I think I was asking here Sergeant Nkosi because I know the CFO, he has got a relationship with Sergeant Nkosi, and when he was requesting me on the 4th of March, he was with Sergeant Nkosi regarding the outstanding payment of Gubis. So I was surprised why should they want to have a meeting with me, because I know that they were liaising with the CFO in this matter.
So you understood Kane's call with you to mean that Gubis want to speak to you about outstanding payments?
Correct.
And you wouldn't meet with Gubis because you wanted first to speak to the CFO to find out what his attitude was to a claim from Gubis for outstanding payments.
Correct. To say they had a meeting with him, they raised this matter with him. I know that, Mr. Madlanga, called him as he indicated to me, so why wouldn't he call him again in this regard?
Now, who's Mr. Madlanga? Is that Mr. Calvin Madlanga?
Correct.
He's a director of Gubis.
Correct.
And when did Mr. Madlanga indicate to you that he had called the CFO?
I'm saying that's what the CFO indicated to me on the 4th of March when he was requesting my intervention.
So before your intervention on the 4th and the 5th, on the 5th and the 6th,
Yes.
you knew that Calvin Madlanga had called the CFO on the 4th?
That's what he said when he called me, CFO.
Yes. Was it the CFO who called you or Sergeant Nkosi?
Sergeant Nkosi was with the CFO when I spoke to the CFO.
And that was pursuant to the call that Sergeant Nkosi made to you?
Correct.
Now, they told you Calvin Madlanga of Gubis is complaining about non-payment of invoices.
That's correct.
Now, by this stage, the invoices had all been paid except for the June 2024 invoice, which was from the previous financial year.
Correct.
And what did Kane and Mpofu tell you that Gubis wanted to talk to you about?
It was in relation to that outstanding invoice.
The June invoice.
Correct.
You again, or you this time, choose to involve Sergeant Nkosi yourself. You don't go direct to the CFO. You go to him through Sergeant Nkosi.
That's correct, SC.
Why?
It's because I know he has a relationship with the CFO, and when he called me, he used Sergeant Nkosi, and he has been speaking to me, as you could have seen, with regard to the feedback of payment through Sergeant Nkosi.
So, although it's now 2 weeks later, you still think that it's appropriate to use Sergeant Nkosi to communicate with the CFO rather than speaking to the CFO directly?
That's how I took it at that particular time, because the CFO never asked for my contact numbers either to speak to me, and he's senior to me. I wouldn't just go and ask for his contact numbers.
You wouldn't ask for the contact numbers of the CFO. You're the in Tshwane. You don't want to speak to the CFO directly.
Either in meetings, when we are in meetings at MCAM's meeting or budget meetings and so forth, we speak at that level, but not on through phones and so forth.
Why can't you just email him?
You are contradicting what you said last week. I'm very sorry, Mr. Chaskasin. You are contradicting what you said last week. Last week you said you accept that it was a matter of relative ease for you to get the contact details of the CFO. But you chose this Nkosi route to the CFO purely because you found it convenient. That had nothing to do with you not wanting to contact somebody who is senior to you. Do you recall that?
I don't recall that.
Well, I tell you, that was your testimony.
I don't recall that.
Yes, Mr. Chaskasin.
Was it not relatively easy for you to contact the CFO directly?
Under normal circumstances, that could have been that way, but in most instances, even myself, if I don't have your contact number, it wouldn't be easy for me to pick up that call when you call me.
Why don't you just email him? You've already pushed the meeting into the following week. You get called by Kane on Friday. You've arranged for the meeting to be postponed to Monday. Why don't you just email him?
Since I knew that he has got frequent meetings with Nkosi, or they are seeing each other, or they are talking together, I felt it could be an easiest way for me to check with Sergeant Nkosi.
Deputy Chief, you must have assumed that they are communicating on a daily basis for you to send this message through Sergeant Nkosi. Because if they were only communicating once a week or seeing each other once a week, your message would be delayed by a week. So you sending it through Sergeant Nkosi must mean you knew or you assumed that they are communicating on a daily basis, so that if you send a message to Sergeant Nkosi, it will immediately get through to the CFO.
I know that they are brothers, they talk frequently.
On a daily basis?
I'm not sure on a daily, but they speak frequently, Commissioner.
But you understand my point, that if they only spoke once a week or after 2 weeks, your message would be delayed?
Much as I indicate, they frequently speak.
Thanks.
Now, you say, I don't want to make a mistake on such matters because I believe the center should be one. What did you mean there?
The initial approach of Mr. Madlanga was to speak to the CFO, so I find it amazing that why would he drop the ball to the lower level now, want to engage with me on such matters.
What do you mean the center should be one?
When I said the center should be one, it means communication lines. They should maintain the same communication lines that, they have started.
What is the appropriate communication line in relation to an unpaid invoice? Is one supposed to go straight to the CFO?
No, that's not what it's supposed to happen.
What is supposed to happen?
In this instance, if they were not, paid, they were supposed to have been gone to Director Malachi because they deal with Director Malachi on a daily basis, and either, escalate the matter to the Director Finance. If they don't get joy, then escalate it to myself, to the chief in that sequence.
So why didn't you say to Kane the correct procedure is to go to Director Malachi?
In this case, as they've already started their communication with the CFO, and we didn't know what transpired in their discussions that I should end up, being part of that. They wouldn't sometimes relate the entire things as they've spoken with the CFO.
So because they were able to get to the CFO out of sequence or out of procedure on the 4th of March, you now took the attitude that they must always go first to the CFO.
On this matter of payment, they could have raised it. They've raised it initially with him. They must, I think, finish that matter with the CFO. That was my approach in this instance.
And what was the matter of payment that Kane explained to you they needed to address?
One was the issue of the outstanding invoice, as I indicated that invoice need a report, a post-facto report that must go through to legal for comments, to finance and so forth, with, the mitigation that indicate consequence management, who should be dealt with, who has caused that post-facto report. It should take that route.
So why did that require the CFO's involvement? If you say the process about that invoice is that clear, it must still go internally, including to legal, why is that not the answer you would give to Gubis? Why do you need to redirect them to the CFO?
I gave them, Commissioner, that answer in our meeting to say the people who should start the process to generate a report, they must go and see Director Malachi and so forth.
Yes.
To deal with this matter. And furthermore, because they felt it should be dealt otherwise, then I said, let them then go and see the CFO as they have started. If people got higher authorities, they'll feel it can be done.
So you thought the CFO might decide it can be done differently? Is that why
that's
you were
what they
them?
believed.
No, I'm asking what you thought. Remember,
No.
you are the one. They ask for a meeting according to you, and you say it has to do with that old invoice. You are the one that says let them go to the CFO. There must be a reason you send them to the CFO. And now in your explanation, you say you had already told them about the internal processes and the reports that must be issued. You had already explained that, but you still sent them to the CFO. And I'm asking, do you send them to the CFO because you thought the CFO may have a different way, a different solution for them?
No, I never thought as such. I'm saying I explained to them in a meeting what is the process to be undertaken in terms of a post-facto payment. What are the processes that they need to undergo? But people who are sometimes service providers or believe maybe there might be another way. to handle it.
Why wasn't your answer simply, I've given to Kane? Why didn't you just say to Kane, I have explained the process to these people, I don't have a reason to meet with them? I mean, if you have given them an explanation, why are you involving the CFO?
The explanation was done in a meeting that we had, Commissioner, with Kane and them.
Yes.
Andrew, and here they were just requesting a meeting.
Yes, and I'm asking you, you
Then
say
I-
the meeting, for the meeting, it was to discuss the unpaid invoice. Remember, that's your
Yes,
evidence.
Yes, I did that.
Yes, and I'm
a
saying, once
meeting.
you've given them the explanation of the process, and Kane comes back to you and says they want a meeting, after you've given them an explanation, why did you not just say, I have nothing more to say, instead of referring to the CFO so that there is only one center, whatever you say in that WhatsApp message?
Commissioner, maybe we are speaking over each other. They requested to meet with me.
Yes.
Then I asked Sergeant Gossi to say, please check, these Gubis guys want, Kane called me, he said they need a meeting with me, because I know that they were dealing with the CFOs on this matter of payment. And we met later on, they raised this matter to say there's an outstanding payment. I explained to them the process, what should happen, and so forth. And people, if they are not satisfied, you can't convince them to say this is the route. If they believe either someone is at a higher authority, they think he might come with a different direction to them.
Did they ask to meet with the CFO? Did Kane say to you, these people want to meet with the CFO?
He said they want to meet with me.
So why do you refer them to why do you involve the CFO? Because on your account, you have explained to them, and I understand you completely, so you're not speaking over me in any way, and I'm not speaking over you, whatever you mean by that. I've understood you properly. You say you have explained to them in a meeting with Kane and somebody else, you've explained to them the process that will have to be followed in respect of this old invoice. You say that. Then
Yes.
Kane says to you, they want to meet with you again.
It's not for the second time, Commissioner. We only met once.
Kane told you that Gubis wants to meet with you.
Yes.
At that time, had you explained to Gubis what the problem is, what the
No.
process is? You hadn't.
I hadn't.
Okay. Why don't you meet with them to explain the process? Why do you involve the CFO? Because you've just said to Mr. Chaskalson, these things don't go directly to the CFO. There's a process, an internal process. Why do you not say to Kane, all right, I'll meet with them to explain the process? Why do you say, I need permission from the CFO whether to meet with them, is really the question.
Commissioner Kane never explained in detail. I only got to understand when we were in a meeting what is their request.
If Kane did not give you the detail, why do you involve the CFO? Exactly the question, that if Kane doesn't give you the detail of what Gubis wants to discuss with you, and therefore you don't know what Gubis wants to discuss with you, why do you involve the CFO? And I want to suggest to you that the reason you would involve the CFO is because you knew from Kane what they want to discuss with you, and you thought it's relevant to the CFO. That's the only explanation why, if Kane doesn't tell you the detail, as you say, of what Gubis wants to discuss, you then say, I need permission from the CFO. It's because you knew what they wanted to discuss.
That's not correct, Commissioner.
Thank you.
Well, look what you say to Sergeant Nkosi. push the meeting to Monday with a view of getting direction from Mpumalanga first today. Please check with him on this and his advice, if I should go or drop them. How would he be able to advise you if neither you nor he knew what they wanted to talk about?
He met with them, he spoke to Calvin. He was the entry point to speak to Calvin on this matter of outstanding payments and so forth. So I felt it would be proper for them to exhaust everything with the CFO.
But if it relates to outstanding payments, as I understand it, everything's been paid other than June 2024.
Yes.
And in relation to June 2024, if you go back to 428, you had said on the 5th of March, when you forwarded that invoice in chat number 4, this one is for the previous financial year. We will engage later Mpumalanga on how to address it in order to avoid post facto.
Correct.
So you had said to Sergeant Nkosi, we'll engage to work out how to address it so that we don't hit a post facto problem of paying an invoice from the previous financial year. Had you not engaged with the CFO?
No, at that time.
You hadn't?
You have been, I have.
So you let that one slide for 2 weeks?
Yes.
Mr. Skousen, before you leave this point, I think it's only fair to you, Deputy Chief. When I asked the CFO about this invoice and why it was shared with Sergeant Nkosi, he said he did not breach confidentiality because he did not share it with Sergeant Nkosi. We must ask you, because it was you who shared this invoice with Sergeant Nkosi. So can you just tell us why you considered it appropriate to share Gubis' invoice with Sergeant Nkosi?
Commissioner, I did not consider it appropriate, as I indicated that CFO made Sergeant Nkosi his extension. He was communicating with me through Sergeant Nkosi, and I was providing feedback to the CFO through Sergeant Nkosi.
So why did you have to share the invoice? You could have just provided the feedback without sharing the invoice.
I did not share it with Sergeant Nkosi, I was sharing it with the CFO.
But you did send it to Sergeant Nkosi as per chat 4.
Correct, Commissioner. And I believe if there's a buyer and a seller, I'm selling a car, I contract someone to negotiate for me the price with the buyer. I've contracted the services of that person, and that's exactly what transpired in this.
And you say that person is Sergeant Nkosi?
He made Sergeant Nkosi his extension.
But why did you not say no? Why did you not say invoice matters are matters between the city of Tshwane and service providers? So I will not go through Sergeant Nkosi because I consider it inappropriate.
The CFO came here, Commissioner, and said for him it was convenient, it worked for him.
I understand that for him. I'm talking about you. Why did you not say, I'm not doing business that way because these are City of Tshwane matters? I cannot share with an outsider City of Tshwane issues.
As I'm saying, Commissioner, I still stand by saying I was sharing it with the CFO, and he contracted Sergeant Nkosi on this matter.
Okay, I will leave it there. Thank you.
Now, we see at chat number 2 that Sergeant Nkosi forwards a screenshot back from the, of your call that he has sent to the CFO, and asks you, copy General, and you say, thank you, my brother, we will wait to hear from him. We'll wait to hear from the CFO. Then there is a series of chats going up to 8:19. Chat 4 is at 8:19. And if we go to page 155, we see that at 8:25, file 3, foot of 155, file 3. Do you have it?
Are you there, Deputy Chief?
Yes.
The CFO says, let's let General meet him, then he will brief us of the outcomes of the discussion when we meet later, Mpumalanga. So I understand that you did then have your meeting with Gubis without the CFO.
Correct.
And who did you meet from Gubis?
It was Mr. Madlanga and Mr. Andrew something.
Do you know what Mr. Andrew's surname is?
Let me check. I think it's in the email. See, I'm not sure what is his surname. Is it Kwadi or something like that? Mr. Andrew Kwadi.
How do you spell that?
Kwadi.
And what was discussed at that meeting?
It was the issue of the outstanding invoice that was discussed.
And what did you tell them?
I explained to them, since this invoice relates to the 23-24 financial year, it was never accrued accordingly at the end of financial year. There should be a post-facto report which must be generated by the section.
And who is the section?
APSS.
That's Director Malachi's section.
Correct.
So did you tell them to go to Director Malachi to get a report generated?
I also did so with them.
And was that all that you told them?
Correct.
Let's go to 441. When you report on that meeting to the CFO through Sergeant Nkosi. And you say, afternoon, Captain, it's chat number 7. I had a meeting with Kane and those guys today, as I indicated. I've told them that they should go back where they've started, Mpumalanga. I said to them, he is the only gateway. They can't go with a back door. I will only be able to assist if I get an indication from Mpumalanga. Protocol must be observed at all cost. Sergeant Nkosi responds, nice one, General. Let me inform Mpumalanga. And then he sends you a screenshot of a conversation that he has forwarded. Sorry, if you go to page 178, you see that he forwards his screenshot of his conversation with you to the CFO. That's file 1, sorry, file 3, page 178. You see it?
Yes.
And the CFO's response is, thanks, my bra, this is the way, much appreciated. Now, you've just told us that what you told Gubis was that to get payment to the previous year's invoice, they need to get a report issued by the department, and that the person to speak to in that regard was Director Malachi.
Yes.
Do you stand by that?
I did so, and they also indicated, can they come to me on future payments? That's when I said no, they must via through. The same way they've done, they can't cut bridges, now come to me direct.
Sorry, can they come to you in respect of future payments?
That's what they said.
These are payments in the 25-26 financial year.
Yes.
They wanted to come to you for future payments, and you said, no, you must go to the CFO.
Where they've started.
But why would it be appropriate for them to go to the CFO?
I told them the process that they should work through the APSS. Director Malachi, he'll take them through to finance for processing and payment, but they prefer to say I should be on board, to work with them, and I refused.
But why would the issue, or why would this even be an issue in relation to future payments? Future payments for 25-26. By this stage, there will be purchase orders, so invoices will come to your department and with purchase orders, and your department will authorize payment. Why would there be any need to go to the CFO for future payments?
I explained to them what is the process and so forth, and what was my intervention all about, and it ended there. The process I've outlined to them to say we have a process that should be followed accordingly, and I can't be able to they communicate with me either direct on these processes of payments and so forth.
Yes, but you've told them to communicate directly with the CFO.
I said if they have challenges, they can go back to the CFO.
But why would that be appropriate? The chain is your invoice is issued against a purchase order. After the work is done, and you have invoiced, Director Malachi's department confirms that the work is done and sends it to your department for payment. Yes. That's the process. It should end there, should it not?
That's correct.
So if your department hasn't authorized payment, one of two things has happened. Either Director Malachi hasn't sent you an invoice.
Correct.
Or Director Malachi has said to you this work wasn't done.
Correct.
Why would it be appropriate to speak to the CFO in either of those cases?
They wanted to draw me on board in terms of communicating with them on future payments and so forth, and of which I said I can't be part. There's a process that I've outlined, like the question of the post-facto payment report. There's a process outlined, and they should follow it. I'll be able to get indication from the Director of Finance if there are outstanding payments and invoices, and if processes have been fully complied with, definitely in that instance I'll be able to intervene, as I usually intervene in various cases. I did not want to deal with them as an entity apart from the entire service providers.
But why are you telling them in the case of payments going forward they must speak to the CFO? And why is the CFO thanking you for telling them to go to him for payments in the future?
Much as I indicated, I mean, that's where they've started in this process of, I mean, this payment. And I helped because I intervened as the CFO requested, and also there were email coming from, I mean, the Department of Outstanding Payment from the Chief's office and so forth. And I believed I've done my part. I don't have any arrangement now to either meet with service providers or discuss with them outside these normal processes.
Your message says they must go back to the CFO, so you're not talking about future invoices, yeah. Read your message. You say, I had a meeting with Kane today. I have told them that they should go back
Yes.
where they have started, to. So, you're not talking about future invoices
Yes,
if
there
there
were
are
two
issues. And you're not talking about the old invoice because you say you have explained to them already what the
I've
process
explained.
is. I said to them, he is the only gateway. So you are directing them straight to the CFO. You have, right, to solve the problem. They can't go with a back door. I will only be able to assist if I get an indication from Gumfowe too. So this is not about future invoices because there are no problems in the future yet.
Yes.
You say you started at the CFO, go back there. So you're talking about something historical here.
It's the,
Yes, so it can be, it cannot be correct what you are telling us that you are now talking to them about if there are future problems. This is how it will work.
there were two aspects, Commissioner. The outstanding payment, I explained to them, and they did not find joy going to Malachi. That was the first thing, to say in future, if they experience challenges, should they come direct to me in this regard. So it was one, a post-factor report that they said they won't get joy from Malachi, then they want to address it with me. I said, I can't. They'll address it with Malachi, or if they feel the CFO will deal with that, they'll have to go back to him.
So you're saying after you told them the procedure and a report, which you know is your internal processes,
Yes.
that's how it must be.
Yes.
You still said to them, go back to the CFO.
They insist maybe there should be a way to resolve it.
No, you told them, I'm asking you, please try to answer my question. You explained to them how the process works according to
Yes.
you. And you know that's how it works. There's no shortcut to it.
Correct.
You still said to them, go back to the CFO and I will assist you if I get an indication from him.
That's what
Are
I did.
you saying that's what you were directing? So it's no longer about future invoices. I think you need to just reflect a bit on what your evidence is, in fact.
Yes.
Because when you spoke to Mr. Chaskasan earlier, he said it's about future invoices. Now we are back at the old invoice.
Yes, Commissioner, I was clarifying the old invoice also and future working arrangement that they wanted to establish.
With future working arrangements, you were saying to them, you must go to the CFO because
Future-
he's the gateway. Remember, he's the gateway. You've used those words. You've said in your message, he's the only gateway. So you are saying in future, when you have problems, go to the CFO.
No.
You're saying if you want payment for this invoice, go to the CFO because he's a gateway, remember?
That's what they believe.
No,
to say.
I'm asking you. I'm not asking you what they believed. I'm asking you what were you advising them. You record here what you said, and we are reading here. I'm not putting in words into your WhatsApp message. I'm reading the words that you used and what you conveyed. You said, I said to them, he is the only gateway. They must go back where they started going forward to. I said to them, he is the only gateway. They can't go with a back door. I will only be able to assist if I get an indication from going forward to. Now, in your explanation, you say it was about the old invoice, and then you also say it was about future problems. So
Yes.
I'm asking you this question. You were saying to them, the problem with the old invoice, they must go to the CFO because he is the gateway for payment of that invoice, even after you explained the process to them.
It's about the working relationship they want to establish with me in terms of ensuring that I assist them when they
You're
have
not,
challenges.
here what you're saying is you will hear from him, from the CFO, right? So I'm asking you, according to you, the CFO is the gateway for payment of the old invoice, and he will tell you what to do. Is that what you were conveying?
No.
Okay? Future invoices, if there are problems in the future, the CFO is the gateway, because that's what you're saying here. He's the gateway, and you will deal with them depending on what he tells you. Is that what you're conveying when you read this message with the explanation that you're now giving to us?
Yes, what I was conveying to them to say, because they want to establish a direct working relationship with me, I said, no, I can't. They've started with the CFO, and they must go to him.
Okay. Your explanation doesn't make sense. Mr. Cheskalson.
You see, if this meeting was really about invoices, it's difficult to make sense of your communications with the CFO. Because as we've seen in your exchange with Commissioner Baloy, telling them to use the CFO as a gateway for the one single outstanding old invoice doesn't make sense. You've explained to them the procedure. If they follow that procedure, and if Director Malachi makes the appropriate motivation, they will be paid. There's no need to go to the CFO. You accept that?
Through SC, but as I indicated, they wanted to build a relationship with me, of which I was not comfortable with it, working with them.
Well, if that's not relating to the old invoice, that's relating to future invoices. You're nodding your head. Is that a yes?
Also.
Now, how would it be appropriate to tell them in relation to future invoices, you must go to the CFO? That's not relating to procedure, that's not following procedure at all, is it?
I did explain to them, SC, and if people feel no, it will be easier if we come through to you while you tell them this, the process in terms of payment. It's a clear process that is clearly defined. Like any other service providers, they follow that processes. There's Priscilla there who works at accounts payable. There's Jethro whom they could engage with. So I find it strange if I must be, within their communication.
No, I agree with you that it would be very strange for you to be in the line of communication, but it would be even stranger for the CFO to be in the line of communication, and that's what you suggest to them.
Remember, I know this matter because of the CFO, so it will only be ideal for me to refer them back. Then it will be up to the CFO, how does he deal with it?
Why would it be appropriate for the CFO to be a gateway for them in relation to future payments?
If they manage to see that maybe the CFO intervene for them now they want in future, if they experience this, I must be on board. If I can't help,
But why are you sending them to the CFO for future payments? Is that procedure?
I outlined the procedure to them.
And the procedure does not involve going to the CFO?
And it doesn't also involve me, and they still want to insist that I should be,
But
on
you
board.
say that the CFO is the only gateway. So you're saying to them, don't come to me, come to the CFO.
I'm saying to them, if I get a request, maybe in future from the CFO, I might assist them. I might assist. Not a request coming direct from them to me.
Well, why would it ever be appropriate for you to assist them on future invoices?
I explained that the process to them of future invoices, how they should be followed and so forth. If I find I'm in my section not being unable to assist, or either I get a request from the chief of police to say these companies were not paid, intervene, I will intervene like any other companies that I intervene on.
Yes, but that's not what you're saying to them. What you're saying is that the CFO is a gateway. He is the only gateway. The CFO is the only gateway. They must go to the CFO if they want their problem sorted out.
They want to work with me. I refuse SC to say I can't be in the middle of them communicating with me. I don't deal SC with, service providers. I'm a free runner. I want to run free. I don't want to owe any person any favor nor any other thing. So I said I can't be communicating with them direct on matters of, payments. There are people within the section who deals with that. Let them work with them.
But why would it be appropriate for the CFO to communicate directly with them?
They said the CFO, worked with them with this one, so I should, if they have encounter future challenges, I must work with them. I said, no, that's not the process. I'd rather go back to him.
Why do you say them going to the CFO is the protocol? What protocol is that? Because your message says they must go to the CFO, and because he is the only gateway, and you will get an indication from him, and then you say that's the protocol. What protocol is that?
They felt so, Commissioner, because they want
No,
me
I'm not asking you what they felt. I'm asking you what you are communicating. Forget what they felt and said to you. You are communicating something to them, and we are reading it together.
Yes.
Let's not play confused. We are reading it together. You convey in so many words. You say, go back to the CFO where you started. That's what you say.
Yes.
And then you say, because there is no back door, he is the only gateway, the CFO, and I will only be able to assist if I get an indication from Gumfowetu. And then you conclude protocol must be observed. And indeed, in his communication with Nkosi, with Sergeant Nkosi, the CFO says that is the protocol. So I would like you to explain to us, what is that protocol you are referring to? And where in the city of Tshwane do we find that protocol that you are describing in your WhatsApp message? What document should we ask for that sets out this protocol between you and the CFO?
And they want me to come on board and deal with their matter as an individual, as Deputy Chief Dlamini, to work with me directly on these matters. And I'm saying I can't.
Maybe let me ask you differently for the last time. They want you to assist them. You say, no, it doesn't work that way.
Yes.
Okay. You then say to them, you go to the CFO. That's what you tell them. They must go to the CFO where they started. That's your message. Because he is the gateway. And you will only assist if you get an indication from the CFO. And then you say that is the protocol. All of that is your words, is what you have told them. Yes. So, and you know the Tshwane workings better than I could ever know them. So I'm asking you the simple question. You are describing what you say is a protocol. And I'm asking you, what protocol is this? Where in Tshwane do we find it? Who should the commission speak to in Tshwane to get a document that sets out this protocol that you have set out in your WhatsApp message? Either you made it up, there is no such protocol, or indeed this is the protocol. And I would like to know, where do we get this from?
Commissioner, the CFO is the financial officer. If they experience difficulties from the Department of Non-Payment or whatsoever, I'm also part of the department. And if they can't win within the department, they must go to the CFO. Because if I did not resolve their problem within the department, they must go to the CFO and deal the matter with him. They can't just come to me and want to work with me directly on matters of their payments.
Thank you.
You see, what I want to put to you is that it doesn't, this set of chats just doesn't make sense if what you were talking about was invoices. But there is certainly a possibility that what you were talking about was not payment of invoices, it was something else. Were you aware that Gubis was a bidder for TMPD1?
I was not aware.
You deny that you were aware that Gubis was a bidder for TMPD1?
No, I was not aware.
Are you aware that Gubis was is one of the successful bidders for TMPD1?
Yes.
You are. Let's look at what you had. You, Sergeant Nkosi, and the CFO had been discussing 2 days previously. If we go to page, the screenshot of from the CFO's chat that's sent back to you, 526, you'll see that at 9 o'clock, 9:08, at the top of 536, sorry, 526. Do you have 526? On the 25th at 9:08, Sergeant Nkosi had forwarded to the CFO your messages saying, these are the vehicles for land to be given Mpumalanga in order of priority, and you'd listed 7 names. We discussed that on Friday. And at the bottom of the screenshot, the CFO had responded to that specific message about the 7 companies in order of priority, saying, this is ours, Mpumalanga, this is the final list, right? Yes, it's our final list, Sergeant Nkosi had responded. And we had debated on Friday whether it was plausible that this was a list of companies to be checked for compliance, or whether it was a list of companies to be awarded the tender in a process of rigging the tender. You recall that?
Yes.
And I had put to you on Friday that it wasn't plausible that this was a list of companies that had been identified by NICO to be checked for compliance by the CFO. I put to you that that was not a plausible version, and we'd had some exchange around that. You recall?
Yes.
And one of the issues in that exchange was linked to the sequence of the chats. And you'll recall that you had forwarded to Sergeant Nkosi the list of companies that Nico had said was the mandate he had given to Victor.
Correct.
And an hour later, you had forwarded him the list of 7 companies that you said was our list in order of priority.
Correct.
And you had tried to explain that the first list was a list that you got from Nico in response to Sergeant Nkosi's request for 7 companies who should be checked for compliance, you recall?
That's correct.
And the second list was a list of 7 different companies that Sergeant Nkosi asked for, because he asked you to check for a list of 7 different companies for compliance, because he didn't like the list that Nico had given you. He wanted another 7.
Correct.
And I asked you, how would this have taken place? Because why would Sergeant Nkosi think that Nico was open to giving you another list of 7 after the 7 that he had first given? And you said, well, no, Sergeant Nkosi and I spoke between the 2 lists, and I said to him, and he explained to me that he wanted another 7 from Nico.
That's correct.
And I pointed out to you that there was no communication between yourself and Sergeant Nkosi between those 2 messages, that there was no communication. And you said, I'm reading, there is, I called him. I think there's incoming calls you could pick up and an outgoing call, incoming call. And I pointed out, well, on WhatsApp there was no communication, either voice calls or messages. You said, just voice calls. I said, well, there's no WhatsApp voice call between 8:02 when you send Nico's mandate and 9:03 when you send our vehicles for land. You said there is one, but you then agreed that there wasn't one. You then said, we spoke, SC. It might have been in a straight call, but we spoke. So I said, so are you saying it would have been on a cell phone call that was not a WhatsApp call? You said, yes, we spoke on a cell phone call. I said, so if we requisition your cell phone records, we will find a call between you and Sergeant Nkosi between 8:02 p.m. and 9:30 p.m. on 25 March. You said, that's correct. And I said, and will you accept that if we do that and find no call, then this version is false? And you said, yes, I will accept. Well, we did requisition the cell phone records, and we've given them to you. And I can state that there is no call between you and Sergeant Nkosi between 8:02 p.m. and 9:30 p.m. on 25 March. Doesn't exist.
We'll check those, SC.
Sorry, you will check?
I will go through those.
Well, you've had them since this morning, and we deliberately delayed until now so that you could look at them at tea time. Do you want me to call them up so we can check them together?
I haven't done so. I'll have to check them. I'm not sure which numbers of Nkosi did you call, you take care of, whether it's one number, because he used to call with 2 numbers and so forth.
You should have been given lists for both numbers, the Telkom number and the Vodacom number. Did you only get...
For Sergeant Nkosi?
No, for you.
He also used 2 numbers.
He also used 2 numbers.
Yes.
So which number should we be checking Sergeant Nkosi for that we haven't checked?
But Deputy Commissioner, whichever number he used, it would reflect on both, on either one of your phones, or both. So it should be sufficient if we have your numbers.
In fairness to the Deputy Chief, we've given him an extract because we didn't want to show details of numbers that were irrelevant. So, I mean, if he gives us the other number that we should check, we can come back and do the exercise
I understand.
and do it. For now, this version is still just about alive. So can you give us the other number that Sergeant Nkosi calls you on?
I'll check it.
Sorry?
I'll check it.
Yes, can you write it down at lunchtime and give it to us, and we'll do this exercise at lunchtime?
I'll check it.
You see, what I want to put to you is some different propositions. The first is that what your communications with Sergeant Nkosi and the CFO in relation to vehicles for land in order of priority was actually about which companies were going to be given priority for the tender to be rigged in their favor. And Gubis wasn't on that list. And that why Gubis was so anxious to speak to you and then to the CFO was because Gubis wanted to be on that list. And somehow Gubis managed to find its way into the final award of the tender. What's your response to that?
That's not correct, SC. Much as I'm saying, if they had access to Mr. Mpofu, who's the head of supply chain, nearly they did not need me to.
But Mr. Mpofu involved you.
Much as I'm saying, if they had access, Mr. Mpofu and myself, we only spoke about payment. If they had access, they would not have needed me.
Mr. Selson, can he respond to the first proposition, which was Gubis is not on either of the three lists? So if you start on 148 of file 3,
I have it.
are you on 148?
Yes, Commissioner.
In the second last chat, remember, is that list that allegedly came from the EFF, and it's 7 companies.
Correct.
And then on 176, it is the one that you said was from Nico to Victor.
That's correct.
And it's 7 companies. It's different from the one on 148.
That's correct.
And then the one that you said, our vehicles for land to be given to Gumfowethu in order of priority, that's on 177, the second last chat.
Correct.
And it's 7 different companies, so in total 21. And Gubis is not in any of those lists, correct?
Correct.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chaskalson.
Before we leave this topic, I just want to take you to the rest of the communications on 27 March. And you'll see that on page 442, if you go to 442, chat number 2 is a Sergeant Nkosi sending you a screenshot of his communications with the CFO. We'll get to it in a minute. Chat number 3 is a voice call from you to Sergeant Nkosi, and we've checked. That voice call lasted 5 minutes and 19 seconds. Chat number 4 is another voice call from you to Sergeant Nkosi, and that one lasted 9 minutes and 43 seconds. So if we look at the screenshot, that's at page 527.
You said 442?
442 is where we see it in the chats at 7:55 p.m. But the actual screenshot itself, to look into it, is at page 527. Also at 7:55, you'll see.
I'm sorry, SC, you speak about voice calls and so forth, and I don't
I
see
suspect, Mr. Chaskalson, he was not with us when you started on this page on 442. If you can
So
please-
let's go back to 442 and I'll take you through them. You see the screenshot at 7:55, chat number 2.
Yes,
Chat number 3 is a voice call from you.
chat number 3 is a voice call.
That voice call we have checked lasted 5 minutes and 19 seconds. Chat number 4 is an...
You said SC incoming a WhatsApp messages. How does it? You say it's a voice call.
It's incoming for Sergeant Nkosi. So the chats on anything that comes from the left-hand side of the page is sent by you. Anything on the right to Sergeant Nkosi, anything on the right-hand side of the page is from Sergeant Nkosi to you. But these are Sergeant Nkosi's chats, so in respect of him, it's incoming. You're making a call that is incoming for him.
How do we see that's a call, SC?
Sorry?
How do we see that it's a call?
Well, those empty bubbles represent calls, and we can generate another download of or extraction report from the image of the phone to find out how long the call lasted for. We've done that, and we found in relation to that call that it lasted for 5 minutes and 19 seconds.
I think that would be proper because you said these are not calls, they are just chats.
No, we've always treated them as voice calls in these exchanges.
It's not in my chats with Sergeant Nkosi. It only reflect on the CFO, the voice calls and so forth. Mine, it's only chats.
Yes, those empty bubbles are how this type of report reflects a voice call. It doesn't have text content in it, so it comes across as an empty bubble.
I think it will help me also to know, to say this was a voice call and so forth, if we can get that.
I mean, it's not the first time we've mentioned that it's a voice call. Over lunch, I can give you another, on these particular voice calls, I can get another extraction report extract given to you so that you can see that these are voice calls. Give it to you over lunch. For now, you can assume that these are voice calls and that the first one lasted 5 minutes and 19 seconds and the second is 9 minutes and 43 seconds. If you want to come back to them after lunch, after you've seen the extraction report that I'll get you at lunch, feel free. But for now, assume that. If we go to the screenshot, we see the screenshot that was sent to you at 7:55 at page 527. And it's a screenshot of Sergeant Nkosi's communications with the CFO. And you'll see that Sergeant Nkosi at 7:40 has sent to the CFO, sorry, at 18:59, has sent to the CFO your message. Afternoon, Captain. I had a meeting with Kane and those guys today, as I indicated. I've told them that they should go back where they had started, Mpumalanga. I said to them, he's the only gateway. They can't go with a back door. I will only be able to assist if I get an indication from Mpumalanga. Protocol must be observed at all cost. And Sergeant Nkosi responds to you, nice one, General, let me inform Mpumalanga. And then he informs Mpumalanga by sending a screenshot of that whole chat with you. The CFO responds at 19:43, thanks, my bra, this is the way, much appreciated. There's then a missed voice call and a voice call for 5 minutes. And then there is a screenshot that the CFO sends of a missed call from Madlanga Commission to the CFO at 18:55, and 2 calls between Madlanga Commission and the CFO at 19:33. And that's what Sergeant Nkosi sends you. You see that?
Yes.
And then after receipt of these calls, you have 2 relatively lengthy chats with Sergeant Nkosi in chats 3 and chats 4. 5 minutes, 19 seconds, and 9 minutes, 43 seconds. All in all, you've spent more than 15 minutes on the phone to Sergeant Nkosi after receiving this chat on the same night. Now, why would Sergeant Nkosi send you a screenshot that shows that Madlanga Commission is calling the CFO? Why would he do that?
I can't tell. I never took that into account. I thought he's just sending me this feedback that I gave him.
Sorry, he's just, you thought this was just feedback. You thought it was completely coincidental that it ends with a series of calls from Madlanga Commission to the CFO.
Yes, I never even took that into account of Madlanga Commission because I never met with Madlanga Commission.
And you spoke to Sergeant Nkosi after receiving this screenshot. Do you recall what you spoke to Sergeant Nkosi about?
No, I can't recall.
You see, I want to put to you that Madlanga Commission, the evidence will show, is the one who is receiving a large part of the proceeds of Gubis' contracts with the city of Tshwane. Are you aware of this?
I'm not aware.
And Madlanga Commission is the nephew of Mr. Sibanyoni. You were aware of that?
I'm not aware. I heard it from you. I said I've never seen him. I've never met him.
I see. Chair, I'm about to move on to a different topic, and it's a few minutes before 1.
Before you leave. Deputy Commissioner, in your earlier discussion with Mr. Chaskalson about the purpose of your meetings with Gubis, being that Gubis was initially not on the list of companies to be awarded or recommended for appointment, and later on they end up on the list, and that's what the real purpose of those meetings and engagement was. You answered that they didn't need you for that because they already had Kane, they had access to Kane. You remember that evidence?
Yes, I said, Commissioner, if really it was about them getting appointment, Kane is the head of supply chain, they have direct contact with the CFO, why would they need me to assist them?
Can I suggest that they knew of your contact with the CFO and Sergeant Nkosi? They knew that triangle, that you have access to the CFO and you have a way of resolving things and agreeing things with the CFO, and that's why they would have, I want to suggest that as a possible explanation, that it's because they knew of your proximity through Sergeant Nkosi and your dealings through Sergeant Nkosi with the CFO, and they would have wanted to, and they would have had those engagements with you about being awarded the tender on that basis.
That's not correct.
That's not correct. Okay. It's my suggestion to you that in fact that's probably what was happening.
That's not correct. That's not true.
Thank you.
Can I just ask a follow-up question? You said in response to Commissioner Baloyi that they have direct contact with the CFO.
I got their complaint of payment from the CFO. So he indicated also here that Mr. Madlanga called him.
So Gubis wouldn't go to you if they wanted to rig a tender, they would go to the CFO, you're suggesting?
I'm not suggesting that they wanted to rig a tender, they'll go to the CFO. I'm saying they had contact of the CFO to speak to.
Why was it relevant then to mention the CFO in that context? Why was it relevant to say that they have direct contact with the CFO?
I just wanted to express to you that I had no role with Gubis nor whatsoever to be in a position even to assist them.
But they had been trying to reach you and to get you to do something which you treated as the function of the CFO, or as the preserve of the CFO. Protocol demanded that the CFO was the only gateway.
It was around payment, SC, and that was all about it.
We've been there. I want to put to you that whatever it was about, it's extremely implausible that it was about payment of invoices.
That's not true, what you are saying.
We can leave it here for now.
Let's adjourn and resume at 2 p.m.
Good afternoon. Trust you had a good lunch. We're about to resume. Kindly put your phones on silence, please. Thank you.
Yes, Mr. Chatwalson.
Thank you, Chair. We undertook to revert to Deputy Chief Dlamini on two issues over lunch. The one was the more detailed report of the extract of the cell phone calls to show that the empty bubbles on the evening of, I think it was the 27th of March, were calls, and that we have done. We also undertook to revert on cell phone records in relation to the additional number for Sergeant Nkosi that Deputy Chief Dlamini gave to us. Our IT experts have told me that there were no calls to that number. They are preparing a consolidated spreadsheet of all calls on that day from both phones of Deputy Chief Dlamini so that he can see for himself that he didn't call that number on that day. The spreadsheet is not here yet. When it arrives, I will ask maybe for a short adjournment to consider it, have it printed out, and then to go back to that issue. We had been dealing with the communications in relation to the Gubis meeting. There is one final topic relating to Gubis that I want to address, and it starts at page 466 of file 4. And there, Deputy Chief, in chat number 3, you will see that at 10:12 a.m., Sergeant Nkosi sent to you a document called Termination Letter COT Ad Hoc. And the letter that document is at page 566, and it's a letter from Deputy Chief Spitz terminating the provision of services by Gubis at a range of sites in Tshwane. If you go to 566, you'll see that letter. Do you have it?
Yes, I do. I see.
Why did Sergeant Nkosi send you this letter?
Sergeant Nkosi forwarded this letter to me to say the CFO said I should take note of this termination. He will discuss it with me.
To take note of the termination and to discuss it with him?
Correct.
And did you then have a discussion with the CFO?
Later on, yes, we did discuss.
And did you meet in person, or did you have a call?
I think I'm not sure if he called me, because I think he requested the numbers from Sergeant Nkosi and called me around this.
And what was the discussion that he wanted to have in that regard?
It was around year-end financial year, regarding to ensure that we accrue accordingly the invoices of the previous financial year, so that we don't sit with outstanding. invoices which were not accrued accordingly in the financial statements of the city.
But why was the termination letter relevant to that?
To take note to say these services have been terminated, we need to ensure that there's a mop-up plan in terms of ensuring that there are no outstanding invoices.
Was that a matter of urgency?
Yes, I can say so. Remember that end of financial year, people need to ensure that actually we request service providers to submit invoices for June earlier so that we are able to ensure that they are being accrued accordingly.
But by 26 June, you would presumably have already made those requests to service providers.
Definitely they do request. We request divisions to do so that invoices should be earlier submitted.
So why was the termination letter relevant to that? It's something that you do always at the end of a financial year.
As I indicated to say, he was saying I need to take note that we need to ensure that there are no outstanding payment as it was in the 23-24 financial year.
Yes, but I still don't see why termination was relevant to that. You would have wanted to ensure that there were no outstanding payments, whether or not the contract had been terminated.
Yes, as he wanted to see, for me to note that this will be the last invoice for June and there shouldn't be any other. I should be able to also monitor, follow up this process.
Yes, but of course, if an invoice came after June, then the city would just refuse to honor it because it had already told Gubis that the services were terminated with effect from the end of June.
I beg your pardon, if the invoices they have rendered services, then it come after June, or services were not rendered, they bring an invoice, I'm not sure.
No. If Gubis continues to render services in July, the city is not going to pay for that because it has terminated the agreement in relation to those services.
No, definitely. Definitely, he was relating to end of June invoices.
So I still don't understand why year-end had anything, why the termination letter had anything to do with this. Let me ask you a series of questions. In the ordinary course of events, any supplier who is supplying the city in terms of a contract that will continue to run into the new financial year should submit their June invoices in time to be captured for year-end.
Correct.
So in the ordinary course of events, Gubis should have submitted its invoices to be captured for year-end by 30 June 2025.
That's correct.
The termination of their services didn't change anything in that regard.
I think he was emphasizing this. I indicated earlier on with the contract that was ending in February. So in most instances, you need to have a mop-up plan if a contract comes to an end, because once it ends, invoices are not in and so forth. You might not be in a position to process those invoices. So maybe it was his emphasis to say we need to ensure that all the invoices for the 25-26 financial year end of June get accrued accordingly, to avoid misstatement in the financials of the city.
You see, we've heard this version from the CFO, that it had to do with financial year end, which was somehow made more complicated by the termination letter. I don't understand why the termination letter and financial year end were related in any way, or together would cause complications that wouldn't ordinarily just be present. Why was the fact of a termination letter going to cause any complications for the city?
Not the termination letter, the issue is around accrual of invoices.
Accrual of invoices for the 24-25 financial year.
Correct.
But in any situation, whether or not the contract has been terminated, you need to ensure that the accrual of invoices is properly addressed at the end of the financial year, or in relation to the end of the financial year.
Correct, but you can't just assume. We have seen it that there was an invoice which was not accrued according. So
Yes, but that had nothing to do with termination.
You can't just assume and say it's given, it will happen as such.
But that had nothing to do with termination.
It was just an emphasis, as I indicated.
But why then was it necessary to get Sergeant Nkosi to forward you a termination letter and to have a meeting that the CFO described as being very urgent in relation to termination?
As I indicated earlier on, to say the CFO might have found it easy for him to use Sergeant Nkosi, and I couldn't, be held responsible for the CFO.
Yes, I don't want to go down that road again, but why was it necessary? Why was there any urgency to bring the termination to your attention? Because the CFO suggested that it was very urgent for you to be made aware of the termination.
As I indicated earlier on, to say he said I need to ensure that invoices get accrued accordingly. There's a mop-up plan in terms of the ad hoc services that we don't see ourselves having outstanding payments in the new financial year.
Yes, but would you agree that that is a problem that you face in relation to all contracts, whether they've been terminated at the end of the financial year or whether they are going into the new financial year?
Correct, SC.
So that doesn't explain why it was so urgent to alert you to the termination. Did you see any urgency to which the termination was relevant?
It's not about the termination, it's about services that were rendered under ad hoc services and so forth. So he was just indicating to say this has been terminated. Let's ensure that we accrue every invoices. We ensure that, we close the financial year proper.
So from your perspective, if there was any urgency, it didn't relate to the termination letter, it related to issues of accrual of invoices which were not specifically caused by the termination letter.
And that's correct, but we should also take into account, that we communicate in various ways when we communicate certain subject matters.
Sorry.
Did you receive a termination letter from the CFO in respect of I think it was Triotic was the other company that was rendering ad hoc services? Did you get a similar letter?
In terms of Triotic, commissioner and more another service provider, remember these ad hoc services with the spreadsheet for 6 months. We were paying Gubis an amount of, it's 1.8 or something, 2 million when it has inclusive of VAT per month. Come January, ad hoc increased just for Gubis to 14 million in February, when I picked it up in March, when accounts payable said to me, this is the situation. So this was in relations to those additional services that were procured since January, which escalated the ad hoc services.
Does your explanation mean only Gubis was informed
Yes,
that its services have been terminated?
correct, Commissioner.
No one else was being terminated?
No,
The other service providers who were providing ad hoc services who had been authorized
Yes.
by Mr. Piri, are you saying they didn't get similar letters that tell them that the service is now discontinued?
I'm not sure who authorized them, but these mainly the services that were authorized by Mr. Piri were these ones of Gubis for water treatment plants and so forth.
Thank you.
But just to clarify from your perspective, there was nothing urgent created by the termination letter.
There was,
Nothing urgent created by the termination letter.
yes, much as I'm saying we don't need to look at the termination in isolation of the subject matter that he was talking about. He was emphasizing the issue of invoices. SC.
You see, when he spoke to us, he tried to suggest that it was the termination letter that was creating an urgent situation.
I think he's better placed perhaps to explain that one. My discussions with the CFO was in relations to accrual of invoices, ensuring that we close the financial year without taking the previous financial year expenditure into the next financial year.
Can I then take you to a chat on page 400, page 421, file 4. And there you'll see that at the top of 421, on the 6th of December 2024, Sergeant Nkosi sent you a screenshot. And at 9:54 p.m. and at 10:01 you responded, "Evening, Captain. I thought you told him that your wife is in hospital and you had to rush there and reschedule our appointment." You see that?
Yes, I see that.
Do you recall what that was about?
I can't recall.
Maybe if you go to page 498, sorry, before we go to 498, there does need to be some sort of trigger warning because there are some fairly gruesome pictures that are sent in this message.
You said it's page
498.
498. Let's just have a look before. Perhaps we should not display it.
Yes, that may be
Pictures
the
are
easiest
just
way.
too gruesome, yeah.
Do you see the picture at 498?
Correct?
Do you know what that picture, well, it depicts some bodies, but do you know what scene it relates to?
I don't know what scene it relates to.
Did Sergeant Nkosi not explain to you what scene it related to?
No, much as I was saying, he said he's rushing to somewhere and you need to attend. So I said, but I thought you, because your wife is in hospital, you wouldn't be, doing duties on that particular day.
Yes, but your response, at the bottom of the message, says my brewer, and this is from the sender of the message, someone who Sergeant Nkosi saves as Ngwato Advocate. Do you know who Ngwato Advocate is?
Yes.
Who is it?
It's Sergeant Nkosi's advocate.
And have you had meetings with him before?
No. The only time I think I was booking for a couple's event at his place. I think we're supposed to go and view the venue with Sergeant Nkosi.
Is that the place at Hartbeespoort Down?
Yes.
So it's in fact his attorney, not his advocate.
It's an
Mr. Ngwato, who has the place,
yes.
is his attorney. Well, at the bottom of that message, Mr. Ngwato writes, my brewer, any update of number 1. And that seems to be what you are responding to at 6 minutes, at 10:01 on page 421, where you say, evening, Captain, I thought you told him your wife is in hospital and you had to rush there and reschedule our appointment.
Yes.
So who was number 1?
I don't know who's number 1.
But then why did you respond, I thought you told him that your wife is in hospital and you had to rush there and reschedule our appointment?
Much as I'm saying to say we were supposed either to view that venue because we wanted to use it for couple seminar in RTPS. And his wife was also sick. Much as I'm saying, he rescheduled our appointment because he wanted to rush to the hospital. That's what I was indicating.
So did you understand that the message at the bottom saying, my brewer, any update of number 1 related to a proposed appointment between yourself, Sergeant Nkosi, and Mr. Ngwato to look at the venue?
We were not meeting with Mr. Nyatlo there. We were meeting with the people who are working there at the venue.
Well then, a meeting for yourself and Sergeant Nkosi and the people at the venue.
Yes, the
to
manager
look
there,
at the venue.
The manager there.
And so when when the message refers to any update of number 1, then it seems to be referring to you as number 1.
No.
Well, who is it referring to as number 1?
I don't know.
But you responded in relation to a meeting that you had planned with Sergeant Nkosi to go and look at Mr. Ngwato's venue.
It's 2 separate incidents, I think. Here he was telling me about this, either he's rushing somewhere. He was, I'm not sure it's a screenshot that he was also showing the advocate to say either he's rushing somewhere there. And while he had initially an arrangement with me to take me to view that venue there, but he also had his wife in hospital. So, and he rescheduled our appointment because, as I'm indicating to say, because his wife was admitted and so forth, so we won't be able to go and view the venue.
But how did you know, in response to this message, which says, any update of number 1, that Sergeant Nkosi was that a response relating to your proposed appointment to view the venue was what Sergeant Nkosi was looking for?
I have nothing on this message, CS. I think it's a communication of Sergeant Nkosi and Advocate Ngwato. I don't know what they were talking about.
Sorry, Deputy Chief, but that answer doesn't make sense. You get a screenshot at 9:54 from Sergeant Nkosi of his conversations with Mr. Ngwato. You respond within 7 minutes saying, "Evening, Captain," and the last message on that screenshot says, "My brew, any update of number 1?" And you respond, "I thought you told him that your wife is in hospital and you had to rush there and reschedule our appointment."
SC, Sergeant Nkosi sent me this screenshot. Then I write to him to say, "I thought you told him that your wife is in hospital and you had to rush there and reschedule our appointment." That's what he told me to say. He's rescheduling our appointment because he's rushing to hospital. So I become surprised if he's attending again to another incident.
Deputy Chief, who's the him you are referring to in that chat? I thought you told him. Who is that him?
Advocate Ngwato, because that's the screenshot I think he sent me.
But why would he tell Advocate Ngwato? Because he doesn't work for Advocate Ngwato. If he doesn't need to be at work because he's attending to that crime scene, why does he have to tell Ngwato that?
Commissioner, this screenshot he shoots to me because we had an appointment to go and view the venue. So I'm surprised to say, but you rescheduled our appointment to go and shoot the venue. So, and you said your wife is in hospital, it's admitted in hospital, which for me it's a valid reason.
So
for him to reschedule our appointment. Now he's attending to something. I'm saying, why you did not tell Advocate Ngwato to say your wife is in hospital?
So the him in your chat does not refer to the number 1 in the screenshot?
I don't know who's number 1.
Okay, thanks.
Looking at the timestamps here, your answer doesn't quite explain. This is at night. The screenshot exchanges that you're referring to. At 4:98, that exchange happens at night, and then your message is also at night, where you say, "I thought you told him." So if your issue is that he had said to you that he will tell him that he's attending, that if your account is that Sergeant Nkosi told you that he will tell Mr. Ngwato, or he told Mr. Ngwato that his wife is in hospital, and that is your issue now that you see these pictures here, because now it has cancelled your viewing as a result of him telling Ngwato that his wife is in hospital. It doesn't quite make sense unless you are going to be viewing the venue at night.
He's not Mr. Ngwato's wife. Sergeant Nkosi's wife was in hospital.
Yes, I understand.
So we're supposed to go there and make arrangements for a couple's seminar. He postponed me and said, "We can't go there because my wife is in hospital. I must go and visit him." So I'm surprised to say, but you are taking other commitments.
Okay, but this screen page that Sergeant Nkosi sends to you, it doesn't say he is at another job. There's no accompanying message that tells you that Sergeant Nkosi is in fact at another scene. Where do you draw that from, that he has gone somewhere else instead of going with you to go and watch and see the venue?
Much as I'm saying, this chart he was showing me to say he postponed me earlier on, but he's now showing me to say he's attending to something else.
Why do you say this says he is attending to somewhere else? Why do you say from this that Nkosi isn't attending at this scene?
Why am I saying he's attending to this scene?
Yes, that he is at this scene where these pictures are.
I can't recall very well, Commissioner, but he might have spoken to me, much as I sent him that message, because I was supposed to finalize the arrangement.
Well, you're responding by WhatsApp, so he would have had to tell you on WhatsApp that I'm at another scene. Then your response would make sense, where you say, I thought you told him that your wife is in hospital. He would have had to say it to you on WhatsApp.
Commissioner, I think this is what I recall about this incident. This one had nothing to do with me. Who's number one, I don't know.
Thank you, Mr. Shaska.
Can I take you to a different issue? It is file 4, page 479. And there, on the 14th of September, Sergeant Nkosi sends you a series of receipts from applicants to be trainees in the TMPD. Starting from chat number 7, and you'll see those receipts in the annexes from page 571. Now, can you explain to the Commission what was happening here? Why Sergeant Nkosi was sending you receipts, application receipts in relation to particular trainees?
As I indicated previously to say, the application receipts that Sergeant Nkosi have sent me, I received quite a lot of them from various people, family, colleagues, friends, and so forth. To say, perhaps, can you assist with this, with the hope of securing employment in the city? So I received quite a lot of them.
Does employment relations and appointments fall within any of your responsibilities in your position at the city?
It falls within SC because I'm support and admin, but I think I've attached a letter there that perhaps we should go to it and read it so that I can be able to clarify this matter.
Let's look at it. Where is it? It's one of your additional documents.
Yes.
In fact, I'm not sure that it's been paginated because it came in late. I don't know, Chair and Commissioners, it was the email that we spoke about at the start of Friday's questioning. I'm not sure if it has been made available to you. The covering email is from Deputy Chief Dlamini and is dated 20 April 2026. The email itself is from Velin Nwandule Inswani to Deputy Chief Dlamini on 8 May 2025. Do you have it? It's directly under the covering.
Oh yes, I see that.
It is the right one. Can I suggest that we number it in the additional documents bundle, which currently ends at file 5, page 88. It can start at page 89 of file 5.
Isn't there one to spare? I can share with Commissioner Baloyi. One to spare for Commissioner Khumalo, please.
Are we ready to proceed? And can I suggest that we number it from 89 so that my copy ends at 91 and it goes into file 5. 89.
And may the attorneys please make sure that our files are what they should be at the end of the day. Thank you.
Deputy Chief, if you can number yours accordingly, and then let's discuss the document, what you want to tell us about the document.
Yes, I've numbered it, I see.
And can you tell us what you want us to take note of in the document?
See, I want you to take note of, to say the structure might be speaking something else, but in essence, practicality, it's not what is happening at the workplace. So this is a typical example. It's not only relating to HR matters, but it also relates to many aspects within my division. It will be internal affairs and so forth, but I'll take you through just to understand so that you can have, a background around these matters of my involvement and so forth on HR-related matters.
Please do. It's just that I'm not sure what you want to emphasize here. So the floor is yours.
If we go to page 90, you'll realize that I'm making request here from my office to the director who wrote this email to say, as discussed during your telephonic conversation.
So you're at the foot of you're at the foot of page 90.
Page 90.
And that's the email from Iris Ngubeni to
Yes.
Veli Ndwandule.
Yes. To say, as discussed during our telephonic conversation with DC last Wednesday, 30 April 2025, please submit a plan and timeline for the filling of the advertisement of the recently closed vacancies. Furthermore, you and Ms. Celias are required to attend the Monday's meeting at 7:30 for weekly progress. Lastly, please update on the job forum of 2,000 trainees. The advertisement is planned for the first week of July 2025. This was my email to Director Ndwandule to get a plan, a sense of what is happening. And he responds to me on the 8th of May. He says, good morning, Deputy Chief. Please note that first and foremost, all recruitment applications are received by Group Human Capital Management Recruitment Section. The process is fully controlled by Group Human Capital Management. Upon receipt of the online application, the information is organized for the department in terms of various positions advertised. In an effort to structure a proper way forward, I engaged with Nadia Silas on 6 May 2025 regarding a need for us to have a session where we need to finalize plans wherein she stated categorically clear that She will only be communicating with the Chief of Police regarding recruitments, and she was instructed not to engage any other person in the department. Even though I made it clear to her that I am the director mass and cannot be left out at all, she made it clear that she was instructed by the office of the chief and will brief the chief on regular basis via WhatsApp. What I stated here above is an indication that the Metro Police Department is hell-bent on continuing to conduct wrongdoings on a repeated basis when coming to recruitment. One can conclude that it is either arrogance by the department or the key account specialist, and or both conniving and enjoying the same arrogance. I thought the meeting organized by the Commissioner of Police and Deputy Commissioner Support and Admin on 18 March 2025, which was intended to clarify roles insofar as human resource matters are concerned, was very clear, but I seem to be wrong. The same meeting was clear that the Director Mass, TMPD, and Key Account Specialist, Group Human Capital Management ought to work together on all human resource matters. It is rather strange that Nadia Silas undertook it differently, and she can't even provide proper advice on the right procedure or at least the role of the department director for mass to whoever is giving the so-called instruction. Right across all departments of the city, the key account specialist and the director mass would work together seamlessly on all the recruitment matters, except in the Metro Police Department, where the key account specialist is only comfortable only in working with white managers and continue to undermine the existence of Director Mass, probably because he is African and black in particular. It is clear that Nadia Silas wants to be a law unto herself when coming to Metro Police Department. This rotten attitude must come to an abrupt end. My expectations going forward is that order and professionalism will be restored in the department by adhering to procedures. All recruitment initiatives and processes will be done through and in conjunction with the Director Mass in the Metro Police Department. Given the above, I request agent intervention in order to determine the way forward. This I want to bring SC to your attention that HR, yes, it's under me in terms of structure. As you could see that I continuously make attempt to ensure that, we work seamlessly in this arrangement. On the 18th of March, I arranged a meeting together with the Chief of Police, both the Director and the Key Account Specialist, trying to resolve their working relationship. In that meeting, it was resolved that the Key Account Specialist must liaise with the Director Mass in whatever HR-related matters within the department. But you can take from the email that came back on the 8th of May that there was no any effort of the two trying to work together. And these are work politics I indicated previously to say we sometimes get accused of raising race cards, while it's not the case. There's a clique, that works within the department of, people preferring Dlamini is black. We can't include him on these matters that relate either to HR or whatever the case it might be. He'll prefer to work with DC Police on any other matter that relate to HR. Much as DC Police, when he came here, it was clear that he's attending arbitrations and so forth, which are all, related, coming from grievances and so forth, which get run by Director Nwandu, who must go to step 3. But because of these, matters that he raised here, the status quo is such that DC police will continue doing arbitrations and so forth. I'll only come at the tail end if there's an enforcement order that they are attaching the city's assets. It's when these matters will be brought to my attention to ensure payment for members who either got an award and now they have an enforcement order. So I just wanted to bring it to your attention to say it's not an isolated matter. It same applies with internal affairs. It's there in the structure reporting to Dlamini. But Director Minar will be called to the office not to inform DC Dlamini. I don't attend consequence management meeting. And these are some of the things that are happening. So my involvement on HR matters, it will be when there's an advert, I get inquiries from members of the public, either communities, to say, is it perhaps a bogus advert or not? Confirm if this is a real advert or whatever the case it might be. That's what I will confirm. No, it's a real advert. It's from the city. Some officials will send me the receipt. You see, Sergeant Kosi has sent me to say either my daughter applied, can you assist, and so forth. I give them information. Most instances, it will be when the recruitment process is on course, either some receive, SMSs to come and do physical exercise. You'll get a lot of inquiries and calls to say, my child was not called and so forth. Will they be afforded an opportunity? I'll just inquire from HR. They'll inform me to say they are calling them on batches and so forth. For instance, typical example, with the 200 trainee, I'll appoint people to say, Nadia, you liaise with this superintendent and this one. They will change them and put, white people to say, Nadia, you select white people, you'll work with these people only on this matter and ensure that Dlamini doesn't get information in this regard. So it's a cabal that it's run in the department. And on HR matters, truly speaking, SC, that's basically my involvement. I receive these things of inquiries within people, various people. I assist them with information and so forth. So I just wanted to bring this to the attention of the Commission to say there's no way I will influence a recruitment process because the panel get appointed by the Chief of Police in conjunction with Ms. Silas and Mr. Boles, who decide who sits on the panel and so forth, who does what, and all those kind of things.
Well, let me clarify some issues. You have a role in relation to appointments within the TMPD.
That's correct.
Do you have a role in relation to appointments outside the TMPD?
No.
Now, if we go, for instance, to page 451, we see a series of these receipts at 451. And they, the actual documents are at page 540. So if we go to 540, we see the receipts. The first receipt at 540 is for a position of cashier. Is that a position within the TMPD?
The position was within the TMPD.
I see. And the second application at 542, administrative officer, is that also a TMPD?
The position was within the TMPD.
Right. The page 554, there is a letter addressed to an applicant saying, "Thank you for registering on the City of Tshwane recruitment page. Please update your profile, then apply for job opportunities." That looks like a general letter for someone whose profile needs to be updated.
What do we have in
544.
544?
44.
Oh, 44.
Do you see it?
I see, the city has introduced the online applications in the city. And most of these youngsters, and they are not, aware that once you go on the online, application website to apply, it requires you to create a job profile first. And some people will take these as applications because they are not, fully vested with the system. How does it work? You need to first create a profile, then go and select where they are posted. You apply specifically, then it will give you a confirmation receipt that you have applied. So most of the applicants end with creating profile and think they have applied for a position in the city because they are not well conversant with the system. So this is one of the confirmation that you have a profile now. If you want to apply, you can apply for any position within the city.
Why would it be appropriate to send that letter to you? What role do you have in relation to sort of general registration on the Tshwane recruitment page?
SC, you'll realize that he sent this and say he has applied. I said, I advise, it's not an application. He only created a profile. He must go back to the system and apply.
And take, for example, 540, the cashier who you say was applying for a post in TMPD. What did you do with this application, or this receipt of application?
Much as I indicated to say, I receive a lot from various people with the hope that they will either get assistance to secure employment or whatever the case it might be. Taking into account, the rate of unemployment, people are disparate, they go all out. Even if it's not positions in the department, for the mere fact that you work in the city, people think you might have a way and so forth. They'll send you this, confirmation to say, my daughter or my son has applied. Is there a way to assist? You'll receive quite a number of them.
You see, you received this from Sergeant Nkosi, these letters. In the light of your explanation, does it mean you understood it as him hoping that you would be able to assist these people, hoping and maybe even expecting that you would be able to help these people obtain employment?
Correct, Commissioner.
Thank you.
Did you explain to him that you couldn't do that?
I do explain SC to a lot of them, even to him, to say if they want to be Metro police officers, they need to be able to be fit, be in a position to run 2.5, do obstacle crossing and so forth, and pass all the steps.
No, I understand that, but did you explain to him that you can't ease the way for certain applications? You can't help someone get appointed?
I did, and much as you'll realize that not even a single candidate on all these applications was successful. Some of them could not do at the physical evaluations and so forth.
You see, what seems odd is that if you did explain to Sergeant Nkosi that you couldn't assist, why did he keep on sending these to you? Because he sends them to you over a fairly lengthy period. We see the first batch are on page 451. And that is the 6th of May.
Yes, SC, I do explain it's not only to him but to a number of people, and they will continue persuading with a view that perhaps one might help.
Well, let's look at the next one, which is at the top of page 461. It's a month later in June. And Sergeant Nkosi says to you in chat 2, "Morning, my General. This one is General Shabiri's daughter. She graduated in 2002. Since then, no employment." And he says, please, let's make a plan. Did you explain to him that you couldn't make a plan?
I did, to say you need to ensure that he's able to go through the entire processes, the evaluations. If he's successful, then they'll be able to call her for interviews.
But you explained to him that you don't play any controlling role in that process, that they have to go through the correct process.
I do, SC.
Then, a few months later, in 479, page 479 in September, there's another series of these applications that he sends you, these receipts. So he seems not to accept your answer that you can't ease the way for particular applicants.
It's a lot of them, SC, that you'll explain to them. They'll continue persuading to say, perhaps there might be a way. Please check for me if you have someone who might be able to assist. So these are indebted with inquiries, SC, with you.
But how do you respond to those inquiries? Do you leave people with the impression that you might be able to find a way?
I don't create any impression, SC, even from my close friends or close family members. I tell them to say, if you want an opportunity, you need to follow the due processes. Let your child, my sister, be able to run, follow the due processes.
And yet Sergeant Nkosi keeps on coming back to you with lists of applicants. What is he asking from you?
It's not only him, SC. I'll give you a classical, example. One of my sister's son went, he ran, he was able to do the obstacle crossings and so forth. He went for driving, he passed, he went for psychometric, he passed the psychometric. When he went for driving and so forth, they required documents. He attached the statement of result. He was disqualified on that. And my sister will come and say, is there no way that you can assist? I'll tell him to say, train your kids to be responsible. If they say these are the requirements, let them follow them. So I might not be able to assist. I indicated to say, I don't appoint the panel, it's appointed by DC Police, Nadia, and the chief. I can only assist with inquiries.
Deputy Commissioner, he says to you in that message, this is General Shibiri's, suggesting you know General Shibiri.
I don't know him. I've never seen him. It was for the first, he suggested it's General Shiburi, and I don't know who's General Shiburi. I only saw him.
Shibiri.
Yes, I only saw him for the first time when he came to the commission.
You didn't ask him who is that?
I felt it's not necessary, Commissioner, for me to ask him.
Do you know why he would assume you know who General Shibiri is? I mean, it's quite important that he mentions.
He mentioned the general.
The name of the parent. Do you know why he would assume that you would know who it is and why it would matter to you?
I think he assumed I know General Shibiri, and for the mere fact to say he says it's general, maybe there might be something that I might do.
Thank you.
Can we go to a different topic, which is the chats on, I've just lost my reference, bear with me for a minute. The chats on page 467. And there you'll see that on 26 June, Sergeant Nkosi sends you 2 pictures, and you'll find those pictures at page 567, all in file 4. And so if you go down 567, 568, 569, and then we'll get to 570 shortly. What were those pictures?
I think he shared these pictures with me because I did not know what is happening. We spoke and he told me to say it's General Kumalo who was arrested and so forth. But I did not even know him because General Kumalo, whoever. I think he shared this for me because one, he knows I'm not on social media. Secondly, I'm not watching any TV, no, the news or whatsoever. I think he likes sharing information with me on those bases.
This is not social media information. These are private photographs of people being taken into a court. Are you aware of that?
I'm not aware. I wouldn't know SC where he got it, but as I indicate to say, I'm not on social media, I don't watch TV, nor follow, these things in most instances.
What did he tell you about these?
He just said there was an arrest of the, General Kumalo and so forth.
And did he explain why he thought you might be interested in these?
He never explained it to me because I never asked him further because I never took interest on it.
So you just got these pictures from him without knowing why he sent them to you.
Much as I'm saying, he was just sharing with me to say there was this arrest and so forth, that people were arrested at OR Tambo and so forth, General Kumalo and so forth. So I said, what's happening now? Why are they arrested? He said, I don't know, he'll let me know, but I never followed up in that thing.
And on the, if one goes to page 570, one sees a list of people who, with case numbers. And SAP 14 numbers, occurrence book numbers. You see that?
I see it.
What was this?
At that time, I never even went through it. Much as I'm saying, I was not interested because he sent these things together with all this. I never went through it.
All right.
I think, Deputy Chief, I think what is curious and does require an explanation from somebody is the very specific information that Sergeant Nkosi is sharing with you. Firstly, at 467, where you've got those pictures, he gives you names. On the face of it, at least according to me, it suggests that these names must mean something to you. This is not just a sharing of what's on social media. He gives you names of people that have been arrested. At 467, he says General Gabela. He says Brigadier Madondo, and then there's General Kumalo. So there must be a significance to him mentioning the names. And then when you then turn to that page 570, which is the contents of a diary with names and case numbers, it's difficult to accept at face value that these had no significance for you. At the very least, one would expect you would have asked, why are you sending me these things? If you didn't know, you would have said, why are you sharing the diary with me? Who are these people that you have listed, Gabela, Madondo? Who are these people? Unless you tell us that, well, I always knew who Gabela is. I knew who Madondo is. I knew who Kumalo is. And so when he sent me those names, it made sense why he would just give me the names. You've just said you know nothing about this.
Commissioner, to be honest, I did not take interest. I don't follow, Commissioner, the news of SAPS a lot or any news. I did not, know them. Much as I asked him later to say what is happening. And he said General Kumalo was arrested coming from OR and all those kind of things. I never followed up. The chart at 475, I never took interest to go who are the names and so forth, because for me, it was of significant importance. It was not of significant importance to me.
Yeah, you see, but more the reason, from what you're saying, more the reason why there has to be a better explanation why he would have sent you this. You say you don't take any interest in SABC matters. So on that account, Sergeant Nkosi woke up one morning on a topic that you have absolutely no interest in, decided to share with you information about who has been arrested, the names, that you say, I actually have no interest in that. But perhaps more importantly, certainly more importantly, he shares the contents of a diary which has people's names, case numbers, and OB numbers. That's not random information that you share with someone who's just interested about something that was in the paper. It's something that you share with the expectation that the person you are sending this to has an interest in receiving this. or would be interested to receive this kind of information?
I did not, Commissioner. At that time, I never took interest in this.
Thank you.
Can we then go to page 471? File 4. And there on the 12th of July 2025 at chat 3, you send a WhatsApp to Sergeant Nkosi that reads as follows. Morning, Captain. I can see, Ukuti, that you have captured Mfuetu, and he wouldn't want to leave him. You wouldn't want you to leave him. You should gear yourself to do so forever, my brother. Mfuetu is the best person to be with, Ujuda wetu, who will do great things for us, compared to Baba Wako Ngaseko. Now, what were you saying to Sergeant Nkosi when you said that he had captured Mr. Mnisi, the CFO?
As I think we are reading this message, not taking into consideration that I tapped on a picture there, SC. It's not like I wrote this message purely, so there was a picture that I was tapping on it when I wrote this message.
Sorry, you say there was a picture
Yes.
that was on this message?
Yes.
That you sent a picture with this message?
Yes, I tapped on the picture, then I responded on the picture.
So this message was a reply to
The photograph.
to a photograph.
Yes.
Are you referring to what appears under chat 2, or are you referring to something else?
I'm referring to, I think it's chat 2 that came. It was a picture that was sent to me. I tapped on it, then I wrote this message.
Are you able to take us there, perhaps, Mr. Chaselson?
I'm not, it's not a picture. It is a video.
The video.
We may or may not be able to display it. Well, let me describe it. Well, do you recall what it was that you were responding to?
Yes, here, as I indicated to say, it was me responding to that picture that I was responding to. I want it here. I think I responded to it here.
Do you remember what it was, Deputy Chief?
When was?
In terms of content.
Yes, in terms of content, Commissioner, I wanted to indicate to say he have captured the attention of the CFO, and much as I indicated there to say, I mean, you must get yourself to do so every time, because the CFO will always want to.
No, Deputy Chief. You said what you've just read now, or paraphrased at least part of it. You said that in response to a picture, and you say that picture was what appears under chat number 2. So the question by Mr. Chaskalson is, what was that? Do you recall what this was?
He was appearing there with the CFO on that picture.
Yes, Mr. Chaskalson.
Well, The video, if we, Chair, if we are given 2 minutes, I can produce the video. Can I suggest that we stand down for 5 minutes and we can then play the video?
Let's do so. We'll come back when we are called.
Oh, there.
Good afternoon. We're about to resume. Kindly leave your phone on silent, please. Thank you.
Chair, Mr. Mokgotsi was due to be recalled today. In the meantime, we've been informed by his legal team that they are going to apply for my recusal as the evidence leader dealing with his matter. We haven't seen an application yet. We've seen an affidavit which we're told is going to form the basis of the application. We will have to consider our position once we have seen a proper application. I have my own views, but I obviously will need to discuss the matter with the full evidence leader team, and to do so once we've seen this application that hasn't yet been furnished. And what we would want from the Commission is to put Mr. Mokgotsi's team on terms to file an application. It ought really to have been filed before today because he was due to appear today. And the issues to which it relates are issues which apparently have been around for a long time. Then we will have to consider our position, and to respond, if there is a response necessary, I may need to seek permission to depose to an affidavit. That will take some time, and I would ask that we set a timetable for resolving this matter within reasonable time limits, and certainly not to delay the return of Mr. Mokgotsi unnecessarily.
And about that timeline, would that be set today still, or will there be engagements between the two sides after today?
I would like it to be set today if it is possible, because I don't want, I want Mr. Mokgotsi to leave today knowing when he has to come back.
All right, thank you. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Commissioner.
Can you please place yourselves on record?
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner, before you and your co-chairs, it's Mr. Makau William Sekhacha. Makau William Sekhacha.
Sekhacha.
Sekhacha, that's correct,
Sekhacha.
Commissioner.
How do you write Sekhacha?
S-E-K-G-A.
K-G-A.
T-J-A.
T-J-A. Okay.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Sekhacha.
Afternoon, Chair and co-commissioners. Before you is Advocate Mohomani. Surname is M-O-H-O-M-A-N-E. Thank you, Chair.
And, oh, thank you very much. And who's lead?
My apologies. Chair.
Who is lead counsel?
Your Worship, lead counsel will be my attorney for the simple reason that my health has taken a bit of a turn. I'm on medication, so it's safer for him to proceed, but we are on the same instruction.
Oh, all right. Thank you very much. Good afternoon, Mr. Mokgotsi.
Good afternoon, Commissioners.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Chair.
And good afternoon to both of you too. I don't remember greeting you. Thank you. Yes, Mrs. Khaja.
Thank you, Chair.
You've heard Mr. Shaskalson.
Yes, Chair, we do confirm that there is an intended application
Yes.
for the recusal of Mr. Charles Kassan as lead evidence, as evidence leader in relation to the evidence of Mr. Mokgosi. I'm not sure if the Commission has already received the supplementary affidavit wherein.
Yes, we've received the affidavit, but I don't think we want to go into the content or the detail. Perhaps subject to what you say, the best course to take is for Mr. Mokgotsi through you to bring a substantive application for the recusal that has been mentioned by Mr. Shaskalson.
Yes, I do agree, and I've already noted through the terms of reference that the substantive application will need to be brought by our client in relation to this.
Yes.
We are happy, Chair, to adhere to whatever terms which are agreed between the parties in relation to this particular application.
But with regard to the application, I direct that be filed not later than midday tomorrow. The rest about timelines that are to be agreed relates to when next Mr. Mokgotsi should appear to testify.
Chair, we are happy to file it by midday tomorrow.
Yes.
Perhaps we can be given a direction as to when will they be expected to respond, and us to also further reply to that particular response.
Yes. Mr. Shaskalson? I heard you say you would have to seek permission as someone who was a practitioner. I'm referring to me. I assume that the permission you are referring to is seeking permission from the Bar Council as counsel to depose to an affidavit, and you'll correct me if I'm wrong.
Well, it's not only the Bar Council, it's also Pabasa, and I need to look and see if I need permission from the Legal Practice Council as well. I genuinely don't know at this stage.
Yeah. But timelines, as Mr. Sakhaja says?
If I can respond by 6 May, because I'm going to need, the response will not take long, but obtaining permission to depose to the affidavit and submit it may take long.
Yes,
May take longer.
6 May.
So 6 May would, I think, give me enough time. It will be a week after the affidavit comes in.
And Mr. Sakhaja, by when do you suggest to reply?
Commissioner, it will depend on the veracity of the contents of that particular affidavit. But
length or what?
the length, yes, the length.
And was veracity intended in the sense that
Yes.
the time you require will also depend on the veracity?
Yes,
Okay, all
Commissioner,
right, all right.
also we need to also obtain instructions from our client in relation to that. Perhaps I would say 3 days after the
3
affidavit
days after
has
that.
been
So by
filed.
9 May.
I do not have my calendar with me.
Day is the 9th, Sunday.
The 9th is a Saturday, Chair.
11,
Yes, my council is suggesting the 11th.
then, so as to have full timelines, because now we are left with a date for Mr. Mokhotsi coming back, and that's what you've agreed to engage on. Unless when Mr. Shaskalson suggests a date, Mr. Sekhaja agrees to that date now, we may have to adjourn very briefly for you to engage each other and agree on a date. But of course, there's also the question of when this application is argued. I don't know whether it would be on the morning of the day when Mr. Mokhotsi come back, or whether it would have to be a separate day.
Chair, I don't think that it would be necessary to set aside 2 different days.
Yes,
Our program is tight. We're already losing time because of this. So can I suggest that the hearing of the application and of Mr. Mokhotsi's evidence, whether it's led by me or another evidence leader, takes place on one of the 13th, 14th, or 15th of May? The 13th, 14th, 15th of May.
On any one of those?
On any one of those days that Mr. Mokhotsi's legal team wants to choose.
On your assessment now, would it have taken only 1 day for Mr. Mokhotsi's testimony to be finalized?
Yes, not even a day. I mean,
Not
there
even.
are limited
Okay.
topics that we were going to traverse with him.
Also,
So it's possible to determine the application
and
to
still hear the testimony.
deal with the remainder of the evidence.
All right. Which one of those days do you pick, Mr. Sekhaja?
Chair,
If any at all, but I hope you will pick one.
the 15th, Chair.
1-5.
Yes, Chair.
Thank you very much to both sides. The substantive application must be filed by close of business tomorrow, 29 April 2026. I have specifically decided to say close of business, no longer midday, because it doesn't serve much purpose to press for midday if the answer is going to be on the 6th of May anyway. So let me start from the top, as artists say. The substantive application must be filed by close of business tomorrow, 29 April 2026. The answering affidavit must be filed by 6 May 2026. The replying affidavit must be filed by 9 May 2026. And, I'm so sorry. 11 May 2026. And the hearing of Mr. Mokhotsi's testimony will resume on 15 May 2026. And the application for recusal will be heard on the morning of that day. Mr. Mokhodzi, you are directed to be here on that day. That is 15 May 2025.
26. One last day, I'll come next day.
2026. You should not have corrected me, Mr. Mokhodzi. It was then you would simply not have had to come here.
It was on the media that I'm not around, so I must quickly say.
Thank you. Thank you very much to everybody.
Thank you, Chair, and the co-chairs.
You are excused. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chair.
Mr. Mokhodzi, you too, you are excused. Thank you. We are ready when you are, Mr. Chaskelson.
Thank you, Chair. It's probably best to, at this point, to play the video to which the Deputy Chief says that his message responded.
I always hope that I will sit down with him.
Deputy Chief, did you see that video? What was it? What was the scene that was being described, that was being shown in the video?
Correct, as it was Sergeant Nkosi. It's not only a video, as there was two. He sent a picture and a video. I'm not sure if it appears there in the chart, because it was not only that video alone. It was a picture and a video because they were at the funeral, if I recollect very well, of the Deputy President by that particular day.
So it was the funeral of the late Deputy President Mabuza.
Correct, SC.
And Sergeant Nkosi was walking with Mr. Mnisi at the funeral.
Yes.
Now, in that context, how are we to understand, I can see, Ukuthi, you have captured Umfowethu, and he wouldn't want you to leave him.
I was referring, as I indicated, to the attention with regard to which I think he has taken the attention of the CFO, and he wouldn't want to, to be far from him.
So the CFO wants to be with Sergeant Nkosi, is what you are saying?
That's correct.
And why the verb capture?
Capture signifies here, let's see the attention here.
Well, in context, that isn't what it means. Look at what you say at the end of the message. Mfowethu is the best person to be with. Ujuda Wetu, who will do great things for us, compared to Baba Waka Ungaseko. So, what I want to put to you is that the capture of the CFO was a process that was designed to put the CFO in a position to do great things for you.
That's not true, CS, because I don't think you should isolate Ujuda Wetu to the entire statement.
Maybe explain Ujuda Wetu, because you say it has significance.
Much as I said, Ujuda Wetu becomes the context where I'm speaking about this thing, with relate to, the gratitude, that I see. It signifies, gratitude, and it's a praise, it's in Dumiso.
Why don't you read that last sentence, substituting for Ujuda Wetu gratitude or praise or whatever you say it means, so that we understand your context?
See, when we write these things, it's not like you are writing a formal or thesis or whatever that need, we are communicating on WhatsApp groups and so forth. It's not a formal way of communications. We have our own way of how we communicate and so forth. So much as I'm saying, if you will read the entire statement bit by bit and say, Ubaba Konga Seko, capture, Ujuda Wetu, sometimes we might not be able to bring this into context. Otherwise, you'll understand it the way you want it to look like.
But surely, as you write, you want it to mean something.
Much as I'm explaining, Commissioner, to say here it represents the attention, because I tapped on those videos and pictures, the attention that he has drawn from the CFO.
Can I say, to me, that clip depicts people at a funeral. You say it's a funeral, so I see two people walking together at a funeral. That's what looking at that clip says. Your message says more than just looking at people. You're not commenting about people who are at a funeral together. You say you have captured Mfowethu. So you have to explain that when I look there and see two people at a funeral who may have arrived together, I don't know whether you know that they went there together, that's why you say you've captured him. Maybe they came separately, they happened to arrive together. So the captured means nothing when I look at the video, and you've said you've captured Mfowethu. So you have to explain that you get sent a clip, and then it causes you to say you have captured Mfowethu. What are you talking about? You're obviously not talking about just two people just because they are at a funeral together. So do explain. You get a clip that shows you these two people who are at a funeral together. Why do you say that depicts Sergeant Nkosi having captured the CFO?
He has captured the attention of the CFO, Commissioner, and that's what it precisely means.
What do you mean he's captured his attention? They're at a funeral. We see a clip that just shows them walking together. What is it about that image or that visual that explains he has captured him?
To say the CFO wants to be next to Sergeant Nkosi, that's capturing the attention of someone.
Do you happen to know how it is they are walking next to each other? You have to know. For you to say, I see you have captured him, it means you know something about how they are ending up together there. And that is the part you have to explain. What do you know about how they end up together, walking together there, for you to say you have caught his attention? You don't say to Nkosi, I see the CFO has captured you. You're not saying that. You're not saying, I see that you have become interested in the CFO. You don't say that. You say the CFO has become interested in you and he wouldn't want you to leave him. So you know that it's the CFO, in fact, who is interested in Nkosi and wants Nkosi to, will want Nkosi to be there forever, never to leave him. You know that. And what you're being asked, or what I'm asking you is, well, what are the background facts that make you make that statement?
The background fact is that he seems very happy next to Sergeant Nkosi. And this is what I've explained, Commissioner.
Okay. And then explain why you say you should gear yourself to do so forever, my brother. Has the CFO told you that he wants Sergeant Nkosi to be there forever?
No, Commissioner.
Where do you get this statement that gear yourself to do so forever, my brother? From two people who are walking next to each other looking happy. Why do you say he will want you to do this forever?
Commissioner, I have my own way of, the tools of analysis, and I wouldn't think alike like any other person.
Yes.
So I'll be able to reduce what I see the way I see it.
Yes.
Yes.
Share that analysis with us, and then, and maybe let me start off by saying you don't pluck analysis out of thin air. There are facts on which you are basing yourself. You say, you should gear yourself to do so forever, my brother. And that's an analysis. You've analyzed that you will want him to be there forever. What are the facts on which you base that analysis on?
He seemed happy and at peace with him.
Okay. Why do you say Umfuetu is the best person to be with, who will do great things for us?
When I say great things, it doesn't end there. I also went further and say, it's not like Ubabako Ongaseko.
Yes, I'm coming to that.
Yes.
I'm coming to that part. So I've asked you a specific question. Why do you say the CFO is the best person? One, for what is he the best person? Two, he will do great things for us. What are these great things? And three, who is the us in that statement? So there are three parts to it.
I'm taking this from 2010 because I'm referring to someone who it has got an history, what transpired in the past. And I'm saying he'll be able to nurture him in the right way and so forth.
What will the CFO do for you, Deputy Commissioner Dlamini, because you say he will do great things for us? Forget the CFO because you're the one that's writing. What is it that the CFO will do for you, Dlamini?
Not for me. When
No,
I
you
say
said
for
us.
us, I'm saying for us because I indicated that Sergeant Nkosi, it's like a brother to me. I regard him as such. So when we talk, I can't say we'll do great things for you. I'm saying I'm happy for you because there you are having a father who can look after you, nurture you in the right way.
So
if he does for you, it's like he's doing for me.
So when you say us, you mean Sergeant Nkosi?
Correct, Commissioner.
Okay. What are the great things that you say he will do for Sergeant Nkosi? You must have something in mind. It's not just words.
Great things comes in many forms. It's like, looking after someone's welfare, nurturing him in terms of advices and so forth, taking interest into a particular person's welfare. So that's what I was referring to. You'll see that he'll check him with his wife if he's okay, he's recouping well in the hospital and so forth. And I know that Sergeant Nkosi needs that because
Who do you know?
the way he grew up, he definitely needs someone to be able to encourage him.
When you say he will do great things for you, you must know something about the CFO. Who do you know him to have done great things for? You know something about the CFO. So tell us, what do you know about the CFO that he has done great things for somebody that makes you say that he will do great things for Sergeant Nkosi? What do you know about the CFO?
Commissioner, I don't know the CFO much, that he has done something great things for someone. These are feelings that you have to say, this person will be able to look after this person, nurture him into a particular direction.
But you told us in your evidence that your interaction with the CFO is in meetings of the TMP of the city. That's your limited interaction with him. How do you, if that's all you know about him,
Yes.
how do you know that he's a person who will do great things, who has a propensity to do great things and will do so for Sergeant Nkosi, for you to make that statement?
Commissioner, perhaps if we can think of great things as material things, then we'll be wrong in that assertion, because great things will come in the welfare of looking after someone that is well mentally and otherwise he get good advices. You don't need to attach material things to great things.
So you know that the CFO will provide mental wellness, to use your word, support to the CFO,
He'll provide guidance.
to Sergeant
also.
Nkosi,
He'll provide
even though you have
guidance.
only met him in formal 2, 3, 4, 5 meetings of the municipality, and you have no personal relationship with him, because that's what you've told us. You have
Yes.
absolutely no personal relationship with him. You don't even talk to him on the phone. You know that he will support Sergeant Nkosi. That you know, it's something so personal that has nothing to do with work. You know that the CFO will do for Sergeant Nkosi, even though you don't know the CFO at all.
You don't need to know someone for years to understand the character or how a person perhaps behaves and so forth. I can meet you twice, then I realize to say, here my daughter or my son will be in good hands to be nurtured.
In this case, you determined that from official meetings of Tshwane Metro, that the CFO will support Sergeant Nkosi, just from your formal meetings.
Correct, Commissioner?
No, that's not true. I want to put it to you. It is not true. You're being dishonest with us about what this message is about. Lastly, from me, in that same message, you say, compared to ubaba wako ongaseko, who and what are you referring to? This ubaba, and what did he do for Sergeant Nkosi that you say now the CFO will do for you?
Much as I indicated, there's history around that, of which I don't think I'll be able to divulge here, how Nkosi was raised at home and so forth.
I just want to know, what did he do for Nkosi that you now say the CFO will do? And this is relevant to our terms, because you followed, let me finish. You followed the evidence, you've listened to the CFO's evidence, it's clear from how you're testifying. You've listened to Sergeant Nkosi's evidence, that is clear from how you are testifying. You then say, so you have that background, and you know through engagement with you, your own testimony and their testimony, that we are looking at what appears or appearances of improper and corrupt dealings relating to tender in Tshwane. You know that's the evidence that we are looking at. That's what we've been engaging with you about, and eventually we must make conclusions about. So it's a relevant question to ask you. This ubaba wako that you refer to, that you say used to do things for Sergeant Nkosi, which the CFO will now do, because that's what your message is. He will do things for you that your father used to do, who's no longer there. It's a relevant question to ask you, who are you talking about? And two, what did that person do? More importantly, what did that person do for Sergeant Nkosi, which now the CFO will do? This commission has an interest in that. So you can't say, I'm not prepared to discuss it, or I'm uncomfortable to discuss it. You have made a statement. The CFO will take over what Sergeant Nkosi's father used to do. And I'm interested, and it's relevant, not for the sake of it, it's relevant information that must be given to this commission. What is the CFO to do for Sergeant Nkosi that you are referring to in this WhatsApp message?
I indicated, Commissioner, that great things do not refer to material things. It refers to taking care of someone, being concerned about the well-being of a person, and so forth, which the one I'm referring to, there were shortcomings in that regard.
You've had my comment about that evidence. You're not being honest.
I don't
You're not being
agree,
open with us. Yes, you won't agree, obviously. But I have to put it to you so that you have no mistake where I stand on this matter. You are not being honest about the content of this WhatsApp, what you were conveying. Thank you.
Can I respond, Commissioner?
Yes, you may.
I am honest. I wrote it because I have a background with Sergeant Nkosi, and I understand what I've written here.
The problem is you don't have a background with the CFO, and yet you're saying now you're giving explanations that can only hold if you know the CFO more than what you have told us, which is out of 4 or 5 meetings of the city.
I've noticed the CFO, how he conducts himself, his behavior, how calm he is, and so forth. I was referring on those things.
All right, that's your answer. Thank you.
Deputy Chief, let me remind you about what you said this morning. Remember, in relation to what happened in March 2025, you said the CFO, and this was your testimony this morning, that the CFO wanted Sergeant Nkosi to become an extension of him.
Correct.
And you used an example of a car salesman or an agent, and you said the CFO had appointed Sergeant Nkosi to be his agent.
That's correct,
in relation
Commissioner.
to discussions between you and the CFO.
That's correct.
Is that not what you mean here, that he has now successfully become an extension of the CFO?
That's not true.
Why would that not be true if earlier this morning you said that's what the CFO wanted?
In the context of this message, it's not following the discussion, Commissioner. It was a different message. I was referring to pictures that were sent to me and the videos I've seen. And it made me to recall the previous incident, what transpired back in the 2010 and so forth.
All right, thank you, Mr. Chancellor.
Thank you, Chair. Deputy Chief, we have the cell phone records now for you. Have you been through them?
I haven't, SC, just received.
Well, let me give you the context for why we sought these records. And it goes back to your exchanges with Sergeant Nkosi, and through Sergeant Nkosi with the CFO who Sergeant Nkosi captured on the 25th of March. And the critical period in this regard is the period between the two messages that you
Please
send.
take us to the page again, Mr. Chairperson.
Sorry, sorry, Chair. That would be helpful. It is page 440. In fact, it starts at 439. So if we go to 439, we see you sending a message to Sergeant Nkosi with a list of 7 companies and the covering message that says, Captain, nai mandate to Victor Piwe Yona. Captain, this is the mandate that was given to Victor, and you explained that it was given to Victor by Nico. You recall that?
Correct.
Now, at the time, you then explained the next message, the message at 9:03, Captain, find below our vehicles for land to be given Kumpuetu in order of priority with six company names on it. You said that what had happened is that after Sergeant Nkosi got the message saying that Victor had received a mandate from Nico for 7 companies, he contacted you and said, I want you to find another 7 companies for us to check for compliance. You recall that? And that's why you sent him the list in chat number 1 at page 440. Do you recall your evidence in that regard?
That's correct.
Now, that evidence presupposes that Sergeant Nkosi would have contacted you at some stage between the 2 messages that you sent to him. The message that you sent to him with Victor's mandate from Nico, which was sent at 8:02 p.m., and the message that you sent to him with the new list of 6 companies at 9:03 p.m. You recall?
Correct.
Now, I pointed out to you that there is no WhatsApp communication between you and Sergeant Nkosi between 8:02 p.m. and 9:03 p.m. You accept that?
I'll have to verify that because last time you said these are not calls that incoming, is chat messages, and today it has changed. Some of them are calls and so forth because I saw there's an
sorry,
WhatsApp
sorry,
chat
Deputy
one.
Chief. I have never suggested that there are mystery WhatsApps that are not included on this call. I've also never suggested, I've never withheld from you that the empty message, that the empty bubbles are voice calls. But one thing that has been always clear is that this is the total list of WhatsApps between Sergeant Nkosi and yourself over the period governed by this file 4. So, are you suggesting that there is a WhatsApp somewhere between 8:02 and 9:03, and that WhatsApp has mysteriously disappeared? That wasn't your evidence when we traversed this on Friday.
Yes, much as I said, we might have spoken, but I can't recollect whether with a call on the 25th of March when we spoke. Remember, these things happened quite, 2 years back. You need to recollect to say how did you speak to him and so forth.
On Friday, you were fairly clear. When I pointed out to you that there were no WhatsApp calls, then you said, oh no, it must have been a voice call. So I then said, are you saying that you, my exact words were, so you are saying it would have been on a cell phone call that was not a WhatsApp call? And there was no doubt in your answer. You said, yes, we spoke on a cell phone call. And I said, so if we requisition your cell phone records, we will find a call between you and Sergeant Nkosi between 8:02 p.m. and 9:30 p.m. on 25 March. No doubt in your answer, you said that is correct. And then I said, and will you accept that if we do that and we find no call, then this version is false? And you said, yes, I will accept. Well, we've done it and we find no call. So do you still accept that your version is false?
I don't think it was false, SC, because much as I'm saying, I have to recollect the events, what transpired, so that perhaps if you can allow me to have my own perhaps record, go and check the communications and so forth on my own, because you just gave me these records, I think now, today, so that I can verify mine.
The critical issue is whether there was a call between the two messages that you send to Sergeant Nkosi. The first one with the mandate to Victor from Nico at 8:02, and the second one with our vehicles for land to be given Kumfuwetu in order of priority at 9:03, which you say, despite the wording of the message, actually means the cell phone company, the bidders who have to be checked for compliance by Nico and have been shown by Nico to be compliant.
Correct.
Well, what I want to put to you is that your version in relation to these messages is false, that what you, Sergeant Nkosi, and the CFO were doing was rigging a tender in favor of El Shaddai and Ngapeshea and some others, and that when you speak of capturing the CFO who will do great things for us, what you're really speaking of is other abuses of public procurement processes that will make you and Sergeant Nkosi very rich. What's your response to that?
I don't agree to that, SC.
Well, I don't propose to take it further than that. If you want to go through these records and at a later stage want to file a supplementary affidavit explaining something that you have discovered in these records that you weren't alive to, you certainly have that right, and we will look at that affidavit and give you the opportunity to address it before the Commission again.
Okay.
Chair, I have no further questions.
Deputy Chief, good afternoon again.
Afternoon, Commissioner.
We are almost there. Deputy Chief, go to file 5, please. So file 5 is the additional documents that you provided to the Commission. Remember when you were last here reading your statement, we asked that you provide additional documents.
Correct.
And they don't form part of your statement, so they're additional in that sense. and you have complied with our request and obviously provided the documents. Now, in relation to the Gubis invoices, there's a few things that you said that we need to clarify. Maybe let's start on page 26. Are you there?
I'm there.
So this is the complaint from Gubis about non-payment of invoices. Do you see the subject line of
Yes,
the email
Commissioner.
on the 29th of January 2025? And that name that I think it was Chair or Advocate Chaskalson, I can't remember, they asked for Andrew's surname. So at the bottom of that page, it's Andrew Khwadi, KGWADI. Do you see that?
Yes.
So that was the name we were looking for. And these invoices you will see from the email, they relate to the ad hoc services provided at Royval Water Treatment Plant. Do you see that in the first line of the main email?
Correct.
Yes. Now let's go to page 27 of the same bundle. So what they have done there is to attach a statement of account, and there are 7 invoices referred to in that statement of account. Do you see that?
That's correct.
Yes, and just to correct one other thing that you said earlier, payments to Gubis per month before January 2025 was not 2 million, it was actually 397,000 per month. Do you see from invoice 1 to invoice 7?
That's correct.
Yes, the total outstanding, the total balance outstanding was the 2 million, but 2 million was for the 7 months. It was not 2 million per month. And we do know that after January, more than 30 sites were added, and that's what took Gubis' monthly entitlement to just over 14 million. Do you see that?
I see that,
Yes.
Commissioner.
Now, all those invoices that are referred to there, the original invoices are on page 28 to 34 of that bundle. So you'll see that invoice 1 is on page 28, and the invoice number will say Royval 001 on the top left of the invoice. And if you go to page 29, you'll see that invoice 2 is Royval 002, and they continue all the way to invoice 7, which is on page 34. Do you see that?
And that's correct, Commissioner.
But what is curious about all these invoices is that where you are supposed to insert the purchase order number, it's not there. So if you go back to page 28 or any of the invoices really, on the right side of the invoice, you will see that there's the vendor number, there's the CSD number, there's the period when the services were rendered, and there's the VAT number. Just below the VAT number, there's a purchase order number missing. Do you see that?
That's correct.
And this is the real reason why these invoices could not be paid, correct?
Correct.
Because if you go to page 24 of the same bundle, you see that a purchase order number is retrospectively created. Are you on page 24?
Page 24, yes.
On the 6th of March 2025, you see that a purchase order 4501267280 was created on the 6th of March 2025. Do you see that?
Correct.
And the reason why invoice 1 could not be paid is because the purchase order that was retrospectively created on the 6th of March 2025 is created in respect of invoice 2 to 7. Do you see that?
2 to 7, yes.
Yeah, and doesn't include invoice 1. Do you see that?
Correct.
And that explains why invoices 2 to 7 were then paid, and there was no issue with those, because once the purchase order was irregularly created, after the event, those invoices could be paid. Do you see that?
I see that.
But for invoice 1, there was a problem because it was for the previous year. So if you go back to page 28, the invoice covered the date 27 May 2024 to 27 June 2024. Do you see that? That was the previous financial year. And this explains why this invoice could not be paid and why you had to involve Sergeant Nkosi. In fact, if you go to file 3 on page 144, you will see that that is the invoice that you sent to Sergeant Nkosi to say, this one is for the previous financial year. We will engage later Nomfowethu on how to address it in order to avoid ex post facto.
That's correct.
So that is really the sequence that in relation to the 2025 invoices, although they were eventually paid, there was an irregular process because the purchase orders were created many months after the event. And in fact, if you want to see how those invoices were fixed, if you go to page 17 of the same bundle, bundle 5, from page 17 to 24, you will see that after the purchase order is created, the purchase order number is handwritten in all these invoices. So if you look at the top of page 17 all the way to 23, you see that that 45012678280 purchase order is inserted in manuscript. Do you see that?
That's correct.
So that's how this whole irregular thing was corrected. But for the 2024 invoice, it could not be corrected because the city's processes don't allow you to do that. That's why you needed this ex post facto arrangement.
That's correct, Commissioner.
So I have the right order and the right sequence.
You are correct.
All right, I just needed to clarify that. Thank you, Mr. Chaskals.
Thank you, Chair. I have no questions flowing from those questions.
Do we resume at 9:30 tomorrow?
Unfortunately not, Chair. Mr. Karim was due to appear tomorrow. We have received a medical certificate indicating that he's confined to bed. We were then hoping to proceed with Mr. Mokgotsi tomorrow, but he's de facto secured a postponement by applying for my recusal, so we no longer have a witness for tomorrow. So we will have to resume on Thursday.
Deputy Chief, there was the issue of the documents, or rather phone records. You said you wanted to have a look at them because they had been given to you today. Will you be wanting to file a supplementary affidavit relating to that issue?
Yes, I will do so, Commissioner.
You are directed to file that supplementary affidavit not later than 4 May 2026.
That's correct.
And you are excused. We will resume on Thursday, 30 April 2026 at 9:30. Let's adjourn.